Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 my favorite gamer words to tonight's Wednesday stream. I hope you are doing well tonight. I hope you are doing all fine and dandy today. If not, I have some gray pills? Question mark? Roughly? Sort of, kind of? Depends on how you look at things. So yeah. It will be an interesting stream tonight, regardless here. And then do a little bit of react slop at the end of the night on a nicer, chiller note. At least that's the idea. That's the idea for tonight. So stay a while, and enjoy the ride, and go from there here. Yeah, I can fed post. Yes, if you're on Rumble, you can go fed post to your heart's content over there. Just don't get yourself actually in trouble with the law. But if you're on Rumble, if you're a Rumble bro, you can go Globe, which I have a good feeling. A good chunk of this stream will will incentivize some people to do so. There. Oh. Yeah, you started streaming. My day is ruined. Good. I'm glad I get to ruin Femboy's days. That's my favorite hobby and my pastime. More like ghost pills? Well, when you say it like that, I mean, technically true, but there's a little bit of a right side to this to a certain extent. If you have the right glasses on, you try your best here, sometimes. And thank you, Father Joe II, for 100 warp tokens. Thank you. Your favorite hobby involves femboys? Kinda gay, I'm all. Is it gay because I'm a woman? Like, I get they're femboys, so they're not actually men, but they're not like women either, you know? Like, it just kind of, yeah. Yeah, like, I don't think it's that gay. In fact, it has to do with bullying them, so I think it's actually pretty, based in Aryan, in my opinion. No femboys allowed. We do not like the femboys here. I'm not even joking. I actually don't like femboys. I mean, obviously, I'm nice to them, but I don't like femboys. I have problems with them. But you know what I don't have problems with, though? Desert Ghost. I definitely don't have problems with Desert Ghost, that's for fucking sure. He's definitely not a femboy, because he just gifted 22 subby bubbies over on Kick. So, shit. Thank you. Thank you, Desert Ghost, for that. That's, thank you. Hell yeah, and if anybody's received a subby bubby for him, make sure you thank him too, because it's quite generous of him. That's extremely generous of him. Holy shit. Yeah, W Ghost for real. Honestly, like, and not to use this time to shill even more, right? But this is actually kind of perfect timing, so I'm even more grateful, Desert Ghost, because, on Monday the 8th, so a little less than a week, but on Monday the 8th, that will be my permaban from Twitch anniversary. 1 full year since I've been permabanned off Twitch. And when I got permabanned off Twitch, that's when I started streaming on Kick a lot more. And so to celebrate that, it will be a Kick only stream. Might be starting a little bit earlier. I haven't fully decided on that just yet. I kind of want to make it a little bit more special. So I'm thinking about starting earlier, around 6 p.m. EST, maybe 6:30. Not too much earlier, but just a little bit to kind of, have a little bit more of a fun night. And so that's the plan for Monday the 8th, to celebrate my permaban off Twitch by streaming exclusively on Kick, because Kick is the superior platform. In fact, one could argue Kick is the superior platform among all three that I stream on currently. But I don't want to throw Rumble Bros and YouTube Bros completely under the bus, because I do appreciate them as well. Just, Kick's a bit better. That's all. Oh, there. So yeah, more subby bubbies in time for the Kick only stream on Wednesday. Not Wednesday, Monday. I know my days. Sort of, kind of, never. There. I thank you, Father Joe II, for 500 warp tokens over on Kick. I've been some for almost a year then. I wonder which of us was the first to sub. I can actually go back and look at that. Because I know a lot of the year-long subby bubbies have been going off more recently. So, but I can go back and look. But like at the same time, it doesn't really like like it does matter, but it does matter, right? Like on one hand, like I'm very grateful to the first person who said beat overall on Kick. Other hand, I don't want to make it like a huge deal because I appreciate everybody that has like it's an honor. It's an honor that you guys want to throw money at the local ethot, right? Yeah, an ehor 1,000, actually not even 1,000, 100,452 basically. So thank you guys for that. Hmm. There. I thank you, Malcontent, for $7 ideas. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You going to do the Ben Reckless stuff? I don't know what the Ben Reckless stuff is. Did I forget something else again? Did I forget something else again? I know I have the not the Indian. Oops. The Japanese the guy react, which I'm not sure if I'm gonna get to tonight. I might save that for Floundering Friday. I know I said I might do it tonight on Monday, but there's been some change of plans with the news cycle going on here, so I might save that for Floundering Friday, because Floundering Friday is kind of like the catch all yapping whatever kind of stream, so I'll probably save it for then. And then I can't do Kick ID verification loss. I'm sorry about that. I'm not sure. I'm assuming based off the A in front of your dollar reduce, it means you're Australian, so I'm sorry for your loss there. But I appreciate you're here at least on YouTube. Oh, there. The Lego stuff. Oh, the Lego thingy. Yeah, I'll be honest, chat. I kind of don't care about it. Like, like I mean, how do I phrase this maybe a little bit better? But like I'm not really into Legos. They're cool. I mean, I was kind of into them as a kid, but then my parents were like, "That's a boy's toy," and so I wasn't allowed to play with the Legos. So then I kind of lost interest with Legos. And I've kind of heard some things about it. I know Akko has talked about it. I know Leaflet's talked about it and stuff. But like, I've heard it's kind of like a weird and insane heist thing that's been going on. But like, I don't know. Like, I'm just not interested in that. I'm sorry. I know. I'm much more interested in like hard political news than more of the culture stuff. That's why I don't talk about the gaming thing. Well, I'm interested in the gaming side of things because I don't want that to be coming to the games that I do like, right? And but at the same time, I'm such a tourist when it comes to those things. I don't feel like I'm the right one to really talk about that kind of stuff. Like, there's that whole God of War controversy that's happening right now because once again they put an ugly woman. They had the girl boss with the millennial soy jack cube named Frank, and she is a butt fucking ugly, 40-year-old dried up hag, and her actress is actually quite gorgeous, but they purposely uglified her for the 100th time. And it's like, okay, we've done the song and dance before. It's not stopping anytime soon. Like, but here we go once again. So, yeah. Like, but like, I can talk about that kind of stuff because it does interest me. But like, it's not my specialty either because I've never played any God of Wars. I've watched them be played. I've watched the Ragnarok playthrough, which I didn't think that was actually that bad. I could definitely see some of the woke stuff in it, like the black girl, and some various other things within it. But it wasn't a horrible portrayal of fatherhood, in my personal opinion. And then I've seen the first God of War also played, and that looks like a really fun game. But other than that, like I've never actually played the games myself, though I do want to because they definitely look up my alley. But like I don't know, right? Like I recognize the fact that I'm a tourist in the gaming scene. That like a lot of the gaming knowledge that I have is mainly just because I used to watch Markiplier and Jacksepticeye play games because I couldn't play them myself, and also just watching Sargon and Arch and various other people talk about them because like I care about the culture war, right? I don't want ugly women in gaming. I don't want black women in gaming. I don't want women in gaming whatsoever, right? I don't want journalist mode, which makes the whole thing batshit easy. I don't want it like I don't want a lot of these changes in video games, but at the same time, my list of games that I have actually played is very small. Very, very small. And so I don't feel like I'm the right person to kind of talk about these topics. So, yeah. Yeah, but I know I kind of got I kind of got a little bit off topic there from the Lego topic there, but yeah, sorry about that. They legit might be too hard for you for 1 through 3. Ye of little faith, Jesus fucking Christ. Like they didn't look that bad when I watched the first one being played through. Like, my God. Um, I thank you, Malcontent, for the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Leaflet at Aspen Gold said it was the best video of all year. We also get to see some Mormon Mafia and work. Oh, the Mormon Mafia. Interesting. Interesting. I know they're working with the gangs in Utah. Um, God, what are they called? There's this African gang that is established in Utah that they're using Mormon churches for the cover up. I do know about that, so the fact that the Mormon Mafia is now involved with the Lego heist as well is kind of interesting. But, like, I'm sure it's definitely, like, crazy, right? I have no doubt about it based off the things that I have heard. It's just not my interest, you know? Like, and that's not something I would want to talk about myself, and yeah, I don't know. If I don't want to say go watch somebody else, but at the same time go watch somebody else when it comes to stuff like that, because I'm not the one. I'm just not the one there. I'm sorry. African or black? African! Like, actually from Africa! Hmm. There. But I forget which one it is, because there's so many of them. But they're basically a bunch of, immigrants that have come over that we've allowed in because we're retarded like that have set up bases in Utah, and they're working with the Mormon Church to commit murder and various things. It's insane, actually. But it's been a while since I looked into it, so I could be misremembering some certain things. Amal couldn't even complete the woman fucking minigame in God of War 2? Huh? But I've never played God of War 2 on stream. I don't understand. I don't understand here. Oh, the Lego situation is crazy. Made me lower my opinion of the police. Well, that's understandable. Like, I support the police in the sense of, like, I understand we need law and order, right? We need some sort of task force on hand to handle crimes. But I don't like the modern police. They're far too corrupt. I'm gonna support the boys in blue because I do know there's some good cops there. Actually, there is a story that I might be able to get to tonight about a state trooper in particular being actually a good cop and got screwed over. But that's the problem, right? The good ones get screwed over by the system, and the bad ones are allowed to run free and make everything worse. So it's just another fucking institution that gets been corrupted. Wow. Yay. Whoop-de-doo. Who could have thought? You could have sex with Aphrodite and 2 other women in a QuickTime event. We used to be a real country. Oh yeah, I think I've seen that scene. So maybe I saw God of War 2 as well. But basically, my ex went through a phase where he was playing all the God of War games, and I watched him play a good chunk of it. But I forget what, like, maybe he played all of them. I know he played Ragnarok, and I know he played 1. He probably played the other 2 then as well. I can't remember off the top of my head. This is a long time ago now. I do remember that scene though, and it was really hot. 10 out of 10 recommend. There. That's the plot of all cop movies. Well, but probably because it's really realistic to reality. Yeah, but in real life, right? I mean, the Henry Nowak situation is a good example of that too. A bunch of corrupt fucking cops. But I know there are some good ones in there. But because when we listened to the speech from his parents the other day, they talked about how there's some people in the police force that are actually trying to bring justice for him and help them out a lot significantly. But the cops that actually arrived on scene were pieces of shits. Like, it's unfortunately for every good cop you get, there's 10 of them that are awful. It's hard to trust a system like that. But I'm also not going to be like all cops are bastards, because we need cops. Not to mention the leftist slogan is for, trying to defund the police. And you need some sort of police because there was, I think it was, oh god. I'm trying to remember because we're talking like 6 years ago now and have a shit memory. I think it was Missouri. It was one of the states with a high black population. But I'm pretty sure it was Missouri. They had a town that actually did defund the police and abolish their police. And they had to bring it back 6 months later because the crime skyrocketed like crazy. The crime was already bad enough as it was. But they had to bring it back. But then they had trouble actually bringing back their police force because a lot of cops left because of the Black Lives Matter riots that were occurring and how badly they were treated. And then after being, let go because of the whole the ad cab stuff, they're like, fuck you. We're not coming back. Why would we actually, support this system that's actively screwed us over multiple times? So, but I'm assuming they probably got their police force at least somewhat back on track 'cause it's been so long, but still, it's hard to support that. All police have to sacrifice their own principles. They also like to join societies like Freemasons a lot. I do not know enough about the Freemasons other than they're a little akin to the tiny hats. And usually a quick Google search can give you a good hint as to how, even if Google's trying to suppress it. Right, there's usually some signs and wording choices, but even a quick Google search is the Freemasons are just a society of Masons from the medieval age. No big deal, brother. Don't trust me, bro. And I'm like, okay then. Well, I don't actually trust you. But I guess I'll look into this a different day. Was that Ferguson where the hands up don't shoot kid got shot? I don't remember. I'll be completely honest. Like I said, I think it was Missouri. I just know it's one of the southern states that had a lot of damage from the Black Lives Matter protests, or riots I should call them. And like I said, it only lasted about 6 months before they had to reinstate it, and that was years ago. Just be grateful we don't have police like we do in Great Britain. I mean, I am, but not like our police system is great either. Obviously, it's not a very state by state, and then the local level too. But we have problems with our coppers too. I wouldn't call Missouri Southern. I mean, yes and no. Obviously there's more Midwestern states that have high black populations, but it's a really big state. So I would probably say the northern part is more Midwest, and then the southern parts are very more southern, especially especially when you get down to the south. It's definitely got a more climate of the south too. It's kind of in that in between, where if you literally cut it in half, it's so part of it's Midwest, part of it's more southern-ish esque, more, especially when it comes to St. Louis. St. Louis to me is such a hellhole filled with NWAs in there that that to me that's black. Right, that's the south. Oh, 100%. What I know that's actually more in the Midwest, and St. Louis actually is. But when I think of St. Louis, I think of NWAs running around in a little jungle, shooting up the place like Chicago, and I just immediately dismiss it as southern, right? It's like the map meme, right? Where the amount of accidents are happening, the amount of abortions, amount of gun violence, amount of diabetes, it's all the same map, there. By that logic, Central Chicago is Southern low. I mean, I get that, and obviously it's not 100% correct there, but I just kind of I don't know. Just in my mind, I kind of just dismiss it as it. Those cops who Nowak Riots should be charged with murder, not necessarily accessory to manslaughter. Murder, I feel it's more the actively killing, right? Knife in hand doing the stabbing yourself. Versus manslaughter is accidental, right? Or you accidentally, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good example here, because the first thing I thought was a car crash, and I was that depends on the car crash too. But I guess let's say you're you're in the middle of nowhere, right? Having fun, shooting your guns at targets, but like those bullets can go a million miles an hour, right? And you accidentally shoot a bullet through somebody's house and kill somebody. That's more like manslaughter there. Uh, there we go. Like, it's a very strange event where somebody accidentally dies by your own actions. And that's more or less what happened with Nowak. It's definitely a lot more closer to manslaughter, or accessory to manslaughter as they've been charged, because they were negligent with how they handled him. In the entirety of it, really. But they were the one actually putting the knife in his chest. Hmm. Hmm. No, manslaughter's unplanned. You can kill somebody and intend to do damage to them, but didn't plan to kill them. Yeah, but basically, accidentally killing somebody, right? So that's what manslaughter is, not active murder. Mm. The cops had absolutely no way to save the guy. He had a normal thorax and was beyond saving, unfortunately. No, but they didn't even try. They didn't even try to help him. I mean, I guess we'll get into the topic now because I have a million tabs, right? I have a million tabs about this because it's been a crazy couple days. Since Monday. So like on Monday we did actually watch the video of the police cam video of him dying. Like actively dying. We're not gonna watch it again because we already watched it Monday. But I will show some clips here and there. Also, because I watched it in the first hour of stream, YouTube did not like it, and so my VOD got limited. So I'd rather not have that happen again tonight. I'll be completely honest. Uh, yeah. But basically, I don't like the GB News one has better audio, and hence why I grabbed this one. But it's such a pain in the ass to use the player. But yeah, they're just manhandling him. He's like a floppy fish. I mean, he's already dead. You can even tell by his hand right here. Like, they just did not care about him whatsoever. They didn't believe him. He says like, I don't think you have mates. Like, this is just, they completely mistreated him this entire time. They made no attempt to do anything the correct way. Yeah. And even like in a little bit and later in the video, you can hear one of the female coppers being like, "Oh yeah, we should probably check him, right?" And they're realizing that they have to do their jobs. They just heard the fact that he was, he made a racist remark, and so they immediately dismissed him, thinking that he was drunk, lying there, even though he's, clearly dying. Says I can't breathe, which I can't. I can't get over that phrase, no matter how serious the situation actually is. And just whatever, they're like just loitering around, not really doing anything. And then at the very end, the female cop's like, "Oh yeah, his pupils aren't moving." Like, yeah, he's been dead for like a majority of this video. Congratulations, you just watched a man die in front of your own eyes. The fake nails harpy claw is also wild. Okay, so I did bring that up. Okay, so I do have this. So this is great propaganda, but this is AI, right? This is important to know. This is an AI enhanced photo, and with the AI advancement, it added the claws of it too. So like on one hand, it is nice propaganda because of the beam of the light on his dead, very pale, ghastly hand with the claws grabbing him, but it's not actually lines up with the video. And there's been a debate online whether or not it's should be used. And I'm kind of the opinion that we shouldn't actually use the AI upscaled image of this. I get it's great and moving, but the problem is that if our propaganda is AI artificially enhanced to purposely evoke emotion, then the detractors can easily point that out and say we're disingenuous and that we're being manipulative. When in reality, like the one that I use, I took for the thumbnail on YouTube, I straight up took it from the video. I took it literally just a screenshot of the video for it. And even though it's very low quality because of how pixelated it is, well, seriously, they need to get better body cams. Here, also, I'm trying to find where it's at. Maybe, okay, you know what? Well, let me use this one instead. It's easier. On Twitter. Here, right? Like, what was I saying? Like, I did, like, it already gives you, like, it's already pretty moving as it is, and if anything, the low quality matching the actual body cam kind of adds more to the effect as well, because you can clearly tell it is from a police body cam, as they're handling, literally just a man handling a dead body, like a fucking fish, on the ground here, while they're trying to arrest him for making a so-called racist remark. Allegedly. Not actually true, but that was alleged upon him, and that was enough to arrest him. Here. Ah. The claws? I thought it was just a woman with super long nails. Well, I mean, it is, right? It's fake. They would be fake nails, but they look like claws in the AI enhancement. Here. So like, the fake nails with the glove makes it look like claws, and then the beam of light on his ghoulish hand. Like this is great propaganda, if it was real. But it's not real. As you can see, even like there's no fake nails as she's grabbing him here. Like you can't, that's just a regular ass thumb. Which is good. It means at least the female cop's not completely vain enough to actually have the fake nails. Those are red flags, by the way. Especially the really long ones that do look like claws. Stay away from chicks that are that have those. But yeah, there's it's not there. But there is the beam of light as he's being arrested. So this is actually from the police body cam. This is the AI thing. Could be a play to get around censors. AI doesn't show a dying body. I mean, it's still a dead body no matter the context here. Now, of course, the argument is this really what we need to be wasting our time debating on? Over an AI photo or not? And my answer to that is really no. Like, it's not that big of a deal personally in my book, right? And fuck the detractors. They're just either they hate white people because they're brown and they're jealous, or if they hate themselves because they've been propagandized for too long. Whatever the case, fuck them. But when you're trying to get the normies on your side, which are very important, and especially when it's such an egregious case like this of police misconduct and two-tier policing with the C community, you want to make sure your argument is as watertight as can be. Because as soon as you allow it to be poked holes in, even for something stupid like this over AI propaganda, then you're gonna kind of cause some problems. But it's not the biggest deal, but it is important to point out. There. I was pulled over by a female couple with long fake nails. She dropped my license and could not pick it up. Well, one, women shouldn't be cops because they're incompetent, and two, that makes her even more incompetent, so congratulations. Then why bring it up? Well, so I wanted to point it out there because it is effective propaganda. Also, chat brought it up too. So, it works out. It might become iconic, so the people won't care about the reality of the picture if the reference is right there. I mean, there's definitely an argument there. So, like, I can see both sides of the issue, but also at the same time, I'm not gonna like pass this around and be like, this is an authentic picture. I'm gonna point out the fact that it's AI, because then it's just lying, right? Like, I'm sorry. We can be like, okay, fine, we can go ahead and use this if you want, because it is effective, but like, it's still AI. It's important to point. I don't know. To me personally, I feel like it's important to point out. Myself, especially in the age with AI being so powerful as it is, it's getting harder and harder to tell what is AI and what isn't. That it's important not to exactly blur the lines here. Finding out this happened in December last year and that there was no media coverage of What Was My Blood? Yeah, the article that helped unleash this whole entire debacle was published in the Daily Mail on the 14th of May. So, almost a month ago, like more like 3 weeks ago. Hold on, let me do some math real quick. Yeah, almost 3 weeks ago was the article that unleashed the whole controversy. that was published here. And now it's exploded into what it is today. This is AI shit. This could have been a good image. Exactly. That's my point, right? Like, it's good propaganda. I'm not completely against using it, but it's still important to recognize that it is AI and that it can be a problem to use it, because if we're manipulating actual reality too much, then it will discredit our arguments here, right? Like, for what, kind of going back to more like an American example, all these the blacks riots, right? When they in the Waffle House, you know, throwing hands, or that whole Kool-Aid pineapple gross stuff. That's disgusting. I thought about making it a topic, but I can't do it because I literally can only watch like 2 seconds of those videos wanting to throw up. Like, holy fucking shit, that's disgusting. But I hate artificial like flavored and Kool-Aid kind of stuff. So okay, sorry. Anyways, basically, I've seen at this point a few AI videos of blacks being blacks, but it's AI. And it's like, well, fucking hell. Like, it's hard to tell what's real and what's not, because there are so many real videos of them acting like themselves, like chocolatiers. And AI's gotten so good, just in general, that it's like, well, I don't want to be using AI videos of chocolatiers on their rampages, because that once again discredits the whole argument there that we're just making fun of them because we're racist. I mean, I am racist and I am making fun of them, right? But I'm racist because of how they act in reality, not in AI. Like, there are limitations for what we should be able to use, personally, myself. So, there. Morality is bad enough, we don't need AI slop? Yeah, that's kind of the point. That's kind of the point. Like, I'm not gonna, like, completely demonize people who use the AI picture of the claws, but I'm gonna point it out that, hey, this is an AI, maybe we shouldn't be using it, when the real actual thing is just as bad. It's just lower quality. There. So, but it's, I don't know. I feel like there are bigger things to debate about, but this is something we should talk about. Like, it should be a debate, but it also shouldn't be the overwhelming picture. Like, there are bigger fish to fry. So, yeah. Thank you, the Malcontent, for the $5 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wanna laugh, Amalgamyte? Look up The Internet Sings. I asked my followers to give me leader names. I mean, possibly. But it'll have to be a little bit later. Maybe I can pull it up right now so I don't forget. The internet. I'm assuming it's on YouTube, right? Yeah. There are a lot of videos here. So I don't know. There's a lot of videos. I'm not sure which one you want me to watch. You're gonna have to point one out if you want me to watch one on stream here. But it's gonna have to be after the topic at hand. But thank you again for the $5 dues. And then thank you, Discreet, for the $5 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How's Lum been? Hope everything's all good. Oh, and when's the next Milking Farm review? Those are hilarious. I think Lum's been well. She's basically off the internet these days with, like, her own IRL things going on. From what I've heard, because I have talked to her a little bit here and there, things are, you know, pretty okay. But, you know, just focusing on IRL thingies. And the next Milking Farm review probably won't be happening because it's all based off, you know, what chat wants. And so if chat wants it, they're gonna have to give the Swede money. You know how that works. And people have not been giving the Swede money, so therefore there's gonna be no Milking Farm review. There. And then thank you, Father Joe II, for 100 warp tokens. I don't know what math is. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you, Desirgos, for the $5 dues over on Rumble. In short, you don't want people to muddy the waters. Yeah, that's basically it, right? Like, thank you for trying to summarize my explanation a little bit better here, because it takes me 5 business days to get to a point sometimes, or all the time, I should say. And I know it's kind of it's a point of contention too, as we can see in chat. And I don't really like doing that, frankly. Uh, um, there. Alex Pretty's nurse photo was AI upscaled by mainstream media for propaganda. I don't care at this point. Doesn't change the fact that a man was murdered and left to die by police. I mean, okay, so once again, like, it's a point of contention here. Like, I see both sides of the argument. I'm sorry I have a fence up my ass. Um, like, yeah, it doesn't change the point. Like, I agree with it, and I'm not completely against using it, but like Desert Ghost said, don't exactly want to muddy the waters. Like, there are tactics that we need to adapt from the left to get our point across. I would agree, but I'm not exactly sure about AI ones, even if they did the same thing for like Alex Preddy, for example, because to me that's disingenuous, right? Like we've with Alex Preddy, you pointed out, the right looks at that and says you literally changed him to make him more handsome for propaganda compared to the real one. And that's a good argument that we can use against the mainstream media for trying to sway people over what was his fault, right? He died by his own hands, more or less. And if we can point out that mainstream media is trying to manipulate people here, then that's great for us. But I don't think we should do it I don't think we should do it on the rights either. So, where's the lie in this image? The lie in the image is the claws, more specifically. Like, because of the, like, okay, so the real one, there is the beam of light on his dead ghoulish hand as he's being arrested and being manhandled by the cops. But the claws is the big thing. Because it literally looks like, you know, he's being sent to heaven with the beam of light, and the claws are holding him down, being sent to hell. That is the powerful imagery here. So it's already effective enough as it is without the claws. The claws just makes it look worse. Like, I'm just not exactly down for emotional propaganda here. Uh, okay, okay. I'm gonna move on about this because there is more to talk about Henry than this fucking AI thing. I just wanted to point it out because chat brought it up, and it is still AI. Just to kind of keep this in line with the news cycle, I feel like it's important to differentiate this. You can have your opinion or not, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. I've already said multiple times at this point, I'm kind of okay either way. I just think we should clarify that it is AI and be very careful when we do these things. That's my stance on it. So if you think it's a good thing to use, go ahead. If you think it's a bad thing, okay, great. Fine for you. I see both sides of the thing. But trying to debate over this for like 10 minutes now is not the solution either. When there are more egregious things happening in this case, because the man was fucking murdered by a fucking Sikh that should never have been there in the first place, and was manhandled by the cops like a goddamn fish. And this happened back in December. So, anyways, speaking of being ignored for a very long period of time, finally the Hampshire police made a statement about Henry Nowak, you know, months after he was actually murdered. And of course, it took them a very long time to say anything, and they have their excuses. But you know what? If they want to play victim, let's hear what they have to say.
Today is the first time I can speak to you properly about the murder of Henry Nowak in Southampton after a jury convicted his killer. First and foremost, this is an unspeakable tragedy, and I cannot begin to imagine what Henry's family have suffered. We've not spoken about this before today, as it was vitally important to us that nothing be published which could prejudice the trial and prevent justice from happening. I am deeply sorry that Henry could not be saved. I'm sorry that in the moments before he lost consciousness, he had been handcuffed and arrested.
And all they can say is sorry here. Just that's all they can say, because they can't do anything else, right? The boy is already dead. his coffin has been laid to rest many months ago at this point. All they can do is say they're sorry for fucking up by taking the accusation of racism more severely than being stabbed. And so sorry is all they can say.
The facts heard in court should leave no doubt in anyone's mind who was lying to officers that night and why we didn't immediately understand what had happened. During the 999 call, when officers first arrived at the scene, and even when Henry's condition was deteriorating quickly, his killer continued to divert the blame, obstruct our inquiries, and never admit the serious harm which had been done.
Which is technically true. They lied to the officers on scene about the whole situation. The false claims about him making a racist remark, not like that would really matter, but still. Um, and then as the cops are, arresting him, and he says that, I've been stabbed before he actually does die, they say, I don't think you have, mate. And they try to hide the knife, from the scene. The family was actively involved with that. So yes, the killer and the family are to blame for obstructing justice. However, we have seen the police footage now. We know the coppers were very laissez-faire with how they handled him in general. So, it's not just the Sikh's fault. It's also the cops. And no matter amount of apology can never change the fact that they were negligent at best.
I understand that there were many questions about what happened on the night of Wednesday, the 3rd of December 2025. In those moments, the officers who attended didn't have all of the information we have today. They were called to a report of an assault and told a man was being detained at the scene. These details were immediately repeated to officers as they arrived. The attending officers sought to take control of a complex situation, and based on what they had been told, they placed Henry in handcuffs and told him he was under arrest. But within 3 minutes of arriving, they realised the severity of his condition, the handcuffs were removed, an ambulance was called, and they started CPR.
And he was already dead. We literally let the police cam footage is 2 minutes and 38 seconds long. And he dies within that time. He dies within like the first minute of it. And it's not until the very end they realize that he's dead because they realize his pupils aren't reacting to the flashlight there. And so that's when they finally call the ambulance. That's when they saw the whole CPR thing. It's a little bit too late when the man's already fucking dead.
The horrendous injuries Henry suffered were internal. The pathologist's evidence at court was clear. Sadly, nothing we could have done that night would have saved him. His wound...
Which is true. To give, I guess, the coppers a little bit of credit, that is technically true. But by the time that they actually called the cops, was about an hour, roughly, after he was stabbed. And it's only because somebody else heard that he was stabbed. And so they tried to call the cops about assault instead of the ambulance to actually get him help because they're trying to already control the narrative from the very beginning. So Henry was fucked from the start.
was difficult to find and had caused a significant amount of internal bleeding. As people worked to try and save him, 3 people were arrested at the scene, including the man now convicted of his murder. A 4th person was arrested at a nearby address. My officers responded swiftly to a situation which was confusing and unclear, and within minutes were giving Henry first aid and trying to save his life. The following day, we referred the incident to the Independent Office of Police Conduct, who've been conducting an independent investigation into our response. We are committed to acting on their findings. Henry Nowak was an 18-year-old who had his whole future in front of him. That future has been cut short through a senseless attack. Today, the person who's responsible for killing Henry has rightly been convicted of his murder.
Oh, that's in the video. But I mean, I'm glad the guy's actually convicted and wasn't able to walk free because of the 2-tier policing. But I do believe that the only reason why he's actually been punished for what he's done is because of the pressure online that has gotten to this boiling point here. That's my belief. Because like I said, the Daily Mail article was posted on May 14th, so about 3 weeks ago. And that's when it became public knowledge. about the what was occurring here. Excuse me. And it became very viral on Twitter. It's been a hot topic for weeks because of this, and it's been exploding and going further and further. But it's only now that they're actually addressing what's happening with this statement, with another statement here, because somebody tried to dox one of the police officers, and well, according to the Hampshire Police, we know there's been a significant commentary following the sentencing of Vikram Digwa yesterday afternoon, and we recognize the desire for answers about the police response that night. However, what we cannot accept is the significant spread of misinformation online by those intent of causing further case has been misidentified online and subject to death threats. The Independent Office for Police Conduct, IOPC, is continuing its independent investigation into a response on the night of question, following our self-referral the next day. While that progresses, we ask that people avoid harmful speculation online. Well, too bad. Suck my dick. There's gonna be harmful speculation online because you've been intentionally covering this up for literally months now, and that it's gotten to the point where you can't do it anymore. However, I will agree that trying to dox and target the police officers is understandable, but not the solution either. Because if this is true, right, the police isn't lying again, which I'll be honest, I don't know if I really believe them about this. But if it's true that it's the wrong person, then you are ruining an officer's life because you misidentified him. And he's now him and his family are receiving death threats about it. I did see who it was talking about. I did not bring it up on stream because I don't, no doxing here. Um, so as well, like it's I understand they people want to hold the cops to justice, and I do agree that the ones that were involved that night should be punished for it. But I also think that doxing random police force members thinking that they're the right ones is not the solution either. It goes back to the similar to the AI photo from the beginning. I know I'm kind of setting myself up for failure here, but regardless, right? Like by misidentifying people to dox them and placing blame and sending death threats, that's not the correct way to handle the situation. Here, like you can be mad at the cops and as a general whole for being shitty, especially in the UK with the two-tier policing and caring more about racism. Um, but if we're not going to get the right person, you are setting yourself up to be lambasted, and you're making the rights overall look bad because you're ruining basically an innocent person's life. You can make the argument, oh, they're a cop, they're not innocent, but cops are still necessary, right? There are like you we're not all cops are bastards here. We're basically going to be like the left at this point. And once again, while I'm okay adopting some tactics from the left because fight fire with fire, sacrificing innocent people in the process is not the solution as well. Like, mm, so a little bit different here. Hmm. No, all the cops need to learn fear again. That they will then keep themselves in line. I am. I am noticing from chat that I apparently do not have the correct opinion here. Mm. Amal isn't explaining it the best, but she's right. Okay, can somebody explain it better for me then, please? Because clearly I'm not doing this very well. The left loses moral high ground with doxing. We must learn from the left's ethical mistakes instead of repeating them. Like, you would hate the police if you lived here. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not. Okay, so I needed to collect my thoughts there. For a minute. Mm. So, because I guess I'm not actually explaining my thought process very well here, but ob- yes, the police are bad. Like, woman brain moment, like a process. Yes, right. Like, okay, yes, the police are bad. I understand wanting to just throw them all in the bus here, and I'm not even gonna make like, oh, there's some good cops out there, so you blah 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 blah, right? Because that'd be hypocritical of me, because I do the exact same thing with blacks and trainees and women, right? I get that. I get the sentiment, but there are right tactics, right? The left has some good tactics that we should adopt, but doesn't mean we need to adopt all of them. And okay, destroying a police officer's life if they are not the correct person is not the right tactic. It makes us look evil, it makes us look bad. You do realize we are the radical rights in certain degrees, right? Like, women can't be based, right? Obviously, I can tell based off my own chat right here that I'm not radical enough. Okay, I get that, right? I get that. But, like, we are not the normies. And you need to get the normies on your side if you actually want any change. I know they're frustrating. I know they are idiots, right? But you're not going to be able to vote your way out of this without the normies. You're not going to be able to go to the government with pitchforks to not vote your way out of this without the normies willing to stand in and be your army to not vote your way out of things here. Like, you need to adopt it correctly. And if you're throwing innocent people on the bus, even if you don't think police are innocent, right? But they technically are innocent in this specific case, that is not the solution. There. Like, I'm all a cop apologist. I'm not even trying to be a cop apologist here. It's clearly like the obvious. I've seen way too many cases of British police arresting people for racist tweets and memes online. The fact that you arrested him in the first place because he said something racist to the Sikh, even though he's dying out there. Like, obviously, the police system is completely corrupt and needs to be dismantled and rebuilt again. But you still need cops, right? If you don't have cops, who's going to be arresting people and actually putting them to justice? You can maybe say vigilanteism, but now we're getting to the point where we're starting to fat post and get beyond the law. So if we want to have this kind of discussion, it needs to be at least not, at the bare minimum, not on YouTube. Okay, like maybe we can say this for like maybe a kick stream or like a Rumble only stream. We can kind of have a discussion about vigilanteism, but currently not really at the moment here. So like you need to we need. Getting the normies on our side only matters if you want us to do this in the legal way. But even the illegal way. Okay, so I had a series of events to try to get to, for different things before we actually got into the protests and the riots here. Hold on. I'll say this one for a little bit later. This one in particular right here happened yesterday. For the whole riot slash protest, because it depends on, I guess, the period of the day and the location here. But as you can see, a shit ton. Oops, I didn't mean to select this, right? As you can see, white people all around, but also women. There are multiple women in this protest. Go back 10 years ago, you would not be seeing white Floyds involved with this shouting at the police here, right? This has taken major cultural shocks and victories over 10 years of online fighting and multiple white people dying, and stories actually coming out for this to be discussed. So now you actually have even fat, white, dyed hair Floyds here, actually protesting, and yelling, once again, another fat, white, colored hair Floyd, over his death and actually fighting with the cops. Like, this is a massive cultural victory when you know you had the Floyds on your side here. Like, that's major. Absolutely major here. And we'll watch the whole entire thing here in a second. But like there's another, well, I guess that's kind of the same woman we saw in the beginning. But like still, That's my point. That's my point here. Like, I get the men will be the ones to fight in the war. It's not gonna be the women, but the women are the support, right? They are the back end. They are the ones, giving the men the love, the attention, the food, the sex, well, whatever is needed to inspire men to actually go on the front lines and stand for what they believe in, like this. And now you actually have the women also fighting too. That is a good thing. That is cultural victory right here. And so, but you can't scare the fucking hoes too far when it comes to this until you actually get to the point where there is a war. But for legal reasons, disavow. So, like, it's the start, not the conclusion. That's the point, right? We're still in the starting phases of this, which is why you still need to be kind of careful about various things. Now, this is a lie from the Hampshire police. That's not actually the right person. I could actually believe that, right? They're trying to protect their own. I have no doubt about that. And I don't really even have much sympathy for it. I'm just saying we need to be, if this is actually, they're not lying, and this is actually is correct, it is a misidentified the wrong person. That's a horrible tactic here. Anyways. That's a good point. It takes a lot for a woman to overcome the consensus bullshit that can lead to a preference cascade. That's why painting from the French Revolution is the topless woman. Yes. Yes, and we're getting to that point. We are getting to that point. Thanks to all the stories and the massive issues that we've been having here. We cannot sacrifice the political capital we have over making stupid mistakes like this by using too much fire to fight the fire. Like, obviously, we still need some, but there's no point in throwing a whole bunch of gasoline on it either. So, anyways, in my rage here, I missed some super chats. My apologies. Thank you, Darkin, for the 10 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Thank you. It'll be great for the members only stream. That'll happen sometime this month, probably at the end. Probably at the end is what I'm thinking at the current moment. Here. So thank you for that. Thank you. And then thank you, Maestro Marcus, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you. The Hodge twins' response to charge of the builder is disconcerting. I mean, they're the Hodge twins. I'm not exactly surprised that the NWAs don't actually support him. Like, they're NWAs, of course. What do you expect? If you actually like them, then I have bad news for you. And then thank you, Celeste Doppelganger, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you. To clarify what I said last time, when dealing with the corruption / abuse of power, I extend guilt to the family because they fail to stop them. Sorry, that's third world tactics right there. Like, I do not extend guilt to the family, for failing to stop them. That's retarded. I mean, this is gonna be a little anecdotal here, but I feel like it's pretty good anecdote because there's lots of family members like this, right? Where there's a MAGA Republican, or somebody on the right, but then their dumb void sister as a Kamala Harris supporter here. Are you to blame for your dumb void sister being one-shotted by the system and supporting Kamala Harris? I don't think so. I see of her as a victim into the status quo for the mainstream propaganda, right? Or like my own case with my own brother. He was one-shotted by the military and is now a lifelong Democrat here. And was obsessed with COVID and wearing a mask and the vaccine and all this crazy stuff like this. Am I to blame for my brother's dumbassery? No. And is he to blame for me being far whatever or wherever I am on the right? I don't think so either. Like, I disagree with him, but I'm not going to like disavow him because he still is my brother and he hasn't done anything illegal, even if he is fucking dumb about it. Like, you should not extend guilt to the family, even if they are cops, or I guess politicians. Yeah, they're benefiting from politics. Yeah, but like, still, just that's too far. That's too far. You are a product of your family? I mean, I agree to that to a certain extent, but like, obviously nature versus nurture. Nature's a good chunk of it. You know, my rough guess would personally be like 60%. Um, of it goes into nature and biology, but the rest is nurture, which is 40%, and how you're raised in your life experiences here. Like, I'm not going to use verbal tactics of is that, um, when it comes to holding families accountable, unless the family is actively accountable. Like this, for example, with with Henry Nowak, where his whole entire family was covering up for Digwa. Then yeah, they should all be held accountable because they're actively hiding the murder here and protecting him. The mom took the knife and ran away with it. Like, and the father and brother was with them with the police, adding to the story the lie that they were weaving there, then yes, they should all be held accountable because they actively participated in it. Like, it's that simple. Also, they should be deported. Even if they didn't do that, they should be deported because if the Sikhs weren't there in the first place, then Henry would still be alive to this day. Like, there's limitations here, chat. They're from a clan culture, so it seems fair. I think you're applying laws from the Western man to them. Well, for Digwa's family, yes. But Zalaxon's comment was for people in general, like police. Because there's a big point of contention here about police. Zalaxon was fed posting Monday night when we originally were watching Nowak's body cam footage. And was basically saying that the police family members should also be punished as well because he's a Fed poster, and I disagree with that. The police involved with this should be, charged for holding accountable for manslaughter. I'm okay with this. Doesn't mean their family members should be punished as well. Digwa's family, different story since they actively try to cover it up. Like, differences here. Context. Holy fucking shit. Okay, chat. You know how Monday I said that felt like I was getting a little bit mean with you guys? I was apologizing. Okay, tonight I'm definitely fucking upset with you if it's not fucking obvious now. So I'm gonna ignore you for a bit and just continue on with the topic. So sitting here arguing with you is clearly getting nowhere. Clearly getting fucking nowhere, right? I get we don't have to have the same opinions for everything. I'm not asking you to agree with me as well. But we're clearly not getting anywhere tonight, and it's just making both of us very upset. Speaking of the police, a police officer involved with the arrest of Henry Nowak has resigned. So, frankly, my opinion is that they shouldn't be able to get away with this. They should not be allowed to resign. I mean, they shouldn't be in the police force, but at the same time, I feel like they're escaping accountability here. Maybe it's probably one of the women that was there that night, doing it, and be able to resign, and so they don't have to deal with the consequences. Yeah. A number of officers in Hampshire police responsible for the arrest of Henry Nowak said they felt controlled and pressured to feel certain ways after receiving mandatory DEI training. Now, this is where I feel like they're just making excuses for themselves. Like, on one hand, I know they do receive mandatory DEI training, and so if they want to keep their jobs, then they're going to follow it. Hence why they're going to care way more about Nowak saying something racist here. And that's why they arrested him. So it does kind of make sense that they were just, doing their jobs. However, I feel like it's also like, oh, tee I'm just a police officer just doing my job. And even though the body cam footage shows that they're barely doing their job because they're just like carrying his body around like a dead fucking fish, and not actually taking anything he says seriously as he's literally dying on them, like he's dead before the video's even over. It just, to me, it feels like it's just like, oh, well, it's not our fault we didn't do our jobs correctly. It's the police force's fault for having the DI training in the first place. So, you know, which, once again, I can kind of see their argument because obviously they want to keep the jobs, but like, still, they're just passing the buck here. And speaking of shifting the blame and playing victim, the Digwa family made a statement about it and used the Sikh Press Association, because everybody can have the ethnic group to defend themselves except for white people, saying that the loss of a young life is a grief that no family should ever have to carry. We are deeply sorry for the pain and suffering the Nowak family has had to endure. We love Vikram. We continue to love him. That love does not stand in opposition to the sorrow we feel for the Nowak family. Both are real, and both will remain with us for the rest of our lives. We would give anything to turn back time to the path of both Henry and Vikram never crossed that night. We cannot change what has happened. We just hope that no further pain is caused in its name. We apologize to the Sikh community for our son's actions, which have unfairly brought the community to disrepute. We ask that this tragedy is not used by anyone to inflame division or hostility towards any community. We now ask for privacy as we come into terms with what lies ahead. Thank you, Digwa family. Yeah, they're not sorry. They're not actually sorry that Henry died. They're sorry that they got caught in the process here. That's it. The whole entire family is culpable for what happened that night. Digwa Vikram, because technically they're all named Digwa because that's the last name. Vikram for doing the stabbing in the first place. Why? Because Henry was white. That simple. Is that simple? Like, Henry wasn't drunk like they try to portray him as. He just, it was the middle of the fucking night, and he thought he could get away with murder. And so he basically did for, well, 6 months. Here. The mother took the knife that he used and hid it in the house. They got away with it because of the whole ceremony knife exemption that Sikhs have for their 8-inch fucking knife that they can just carry around. There. The brother and the father were there with Vikram, lying to police. And it took about an hour before the police were even called to do anything. And the story they told was about assaults instead of what actually happened there. So the whole entire thing was construed from the start by the entire family members. They are 100% at fault and should be charged accordingly as well, beyond just Vikram. But now, because they are Sikh, right? Because they are brown, because there is a 2-tier system in the West as a whole, they can go hide behind this Sikh Press Association and make this poor little statement being like, oh, boo-hoo, oh, look at us, you know, hashtag not all Sikhs, you know, it's unfortunate that Henry died, we're so sorry about that. You know, not addressing why Henry died, not addressing why the fuck their son actually murdered him or anything like that. We're just like, well, you know, it sucks, isn't it? And then we apologize to the Sikh community for our son's actions. Yeah, so this is just, once again, racial tribalism that the whites cannot have. This is racist. They're only doing this to protect the Sikh community because now they're being lambasted. For a good reason, right? Tommy Robinson has spent years being like, oh, Indians and Sikhs, because they're one and the same. Or such peaceful people. They're so much better than Muslims. We need more Indians and we need more Sikhs. You know, fuck the Muslims. And then turns out, well, now a Sikh murders a kid. Yeah, I'm apparently sure it's all Browns. Because if Sikhs weren't here, then Henry would still be alive. So why should we import anybody into our countries again? So there's no point. There's literally no point here. Pan one of the 5Ks. They also wear a bracelet that can be used as impromptu brand snuggles. Oh, I did not know that. I don't know. I don't think they're so peaceful and assimilating like Tommy Robinson likes to claim them to be. It just seems a bit strange. Now, my personal opinion as an American, right, red-blooded blue bear baby, is that you should be able to carry a knife or a gun. You should be able, for self-defense purposes, be able to carry around a weapon, because the idea is that you're not actually using the weapon except for defending yourself. But if you're in a two-tier system like the UK, where people get arrested for butter knives, if you're white, or like something that happened a few years ago now. Some a white guy got arrested for carrying a replica of the Master Sword from the Legend of Zelda games. But the Sikhs are allowed to carry their ceremonial knives because it's religious purposes. Yeah, I don't think it should be allowed because clearly they're murdering. Clearly they're more than happy to murder as they please because welcome to the UK here. Tommy had a speech at yesterday's protest. Maybe he changed his mind on Sikh. I highly doubt that. Because keep in mind, the story came out on May 14th about Henry, and it was blowing up on Twitter then. There was the Unite the Kingdom protest. I think it was either the 16th or the 23rd. I forget. It was on a Saturday. I forget if it was either 16th or 23rd. I think it was the 23rd. No, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, because I know I'm probably wrong. But it was basically after the story came out about it. And he had a clip with Tyler Oliveira talking about how Sikhs are amazing people that should assimilate. Now, you could maybe be like, oh, well, maybe he didn't know about the story. I know maybe that could be the case. But I can almost guarantee that he's not changed his mind on Sikhs. Because he is a Israel shill. And so he's more than happy to shut on Muslims. But he still wants to bring in mass immigration into the country. Because he doesn't actually care about ethnic ties. Right? He's a Sibnat through and through. And then the Sikh community also made a fucking video about it too. Once again, from the Sikh Press Association, because heaven forbid white people have this. Oh, and they're once again trying to deflect blame from themselves. They don't actually care about Henry dying. They care more about protecting themselves and their privileges.
On behalf of the entire Sikh community, our condolences go out to the family of Henry Nowak, loved ones and friends due to the tragic loss of life that occurred on the 3rd of December.
I'm gonna increase the playback speed to 1.25, though I might reduce it back down because I do have heavy accents, but they're kind of speaking slowly.
2025. It was a tragic news to hear such a young person lost his life to a victim of a senseless and brutal murder at the hands of Vikram Digwa. Now, this crime has been reported in the media over the last 2 weeks. He was convicted of murder and he was sentenced today for 21 years, and rightly so. This was a lone actor. He acted with the choices he made himself to assault and stab an unarmed individual for over a meaningless dispute. Now, what happened that night, fateful night, only they know. But the actions after that will never be forgotten. The repercussions are very serious.
The repercussions is that now there's a light shone on the Sikh community, and people are calling for deportations. You have Tommy Robinson being lambasted and thrown out of the water because of his protection of Sikhs. We want all of you deported. Every single shit skin, every single non-white needs to be deported. That simple. You do not belong in Britain. That is not your country. No matter how you dress here, with your jeans and very expensive watch you got there, the vest, no matter what your accents are, you will still hold yourself up in a little enclave. So not actually assimilate properly. You can tell with even the background here with whatever third world architecture that they have. You will still celebrate the same religions, and you will still use a tutor system to your benefit. In this case, to try to get away from murder. You do not belong in Britain. Get the fuck out.
Of lies that he played out in court, and which the judge completely dismissed, that he brought the Sikh faith into disrepute, the values and principles that we hold so dear, that are instilled in our faith and our belief and our community for generations and centuries, as something that one individual has brought shame on. But those actions do not reflect the Sikh community. They don't reflect our core beliefs, and they don't reflect what our articles of faith represent.
Then why did the family help cover up the murder? Why did the mom take away the knife? Why have there been other cases of Sikhs murdering people? They're far and few between, because Sikhs are actually a very small percentage. They're only about 2% of India, roughly. They're still Indian, by the way, but different religion. And there are only about 500,000 of them in the UK. So when they do commit a crime, a serious heinous crime like this, it is far and few between. But for being such a minority in the world, even one's a little bit too much in my personal opinion. Get the fuck out. I'm pretty sure it does reflect the whole entire community.
This was an individual acting alone. This has been condemned in the strongest words by the entire Sikh community, and we stand with the family of Henry Nowak, and we share their grief and their loss, and our hearts go out. But this incident, the Sikh community has been brought into the spotlight for wearing LrdAlucard, and particularly wearing a kirpan. This is a right that we have in British law, but it's a defense of that law. We are not treated differently. We don't have special allowance.
Yeah, you do have special allowance, because you're allowed to carry a fucking 8-inch knife in public. Meanwhile, people get arrested for pepper spray, for like the Zelda little minifigure. Like, this thing is like a fucking paper cutter, by the way, with how tiny this thing is. I also want one for myself, because I love Zelda, frankly. But like, look how tiny that is. There. I get arrested. There's a man that's been arrested for carrying a butter knife. There's cases after cases of this. You are an exception of this because you're brown, and it's that simple.
We have the same law, and we are open to the same laws as every other individual in this country. And this case represents that law in effect. In this test case, has demonstrated that whilst we have a defense to wear a kirpan for religious purposes, the minute an individual misuses that or chooses to use it in a way that is not permitted by religious practice, it becomes an offensive weapon. And he is open to the full force of the law. And as a community, we support the law and the authorities to pursue that as required. This case has demonstrated that whilst he is, through his lies, that he tried to attempt to use his religious defense, and the fact that he was racially abused, which again was a perpetuated lie.
Notice how this video is 6 minutes long, and they only spent about the first minute apologizing to Henry's family about the tragedy. I've now spent 2 minutes defending themselves and the community, because that's all they care about. It's all they fucking care about.
But the judge, while citing he had a duty to wear the kirpan, he breached that obligation, and he brought the Sikh community into disrepute by choosing to use it in an illegal way.
The Sikh community. What about the white community, right? What about the actual white British folks? The English, the Scottish, the Irish, both northern and the regular, the Welsh. How many of those have been raped and or murdered throughout the past few decades of mass immigrations into the country? What about their communities? What about the people who've actually lived there for generations because it's their fucking country? What about them? Because that's what I personally care about. Not you fucking shitskins that just arrived yesterday off of goddamn boat and trying to be all peaceful and loving here. Because clearly you're not. So stop defending your own and get the fuck out if you care so much.
And he has been convicted of murder and today sentenced to 21 years using the same laws. So that this shows that those laws have no special treatment for Sikhs. We have no special exemption. And this stiff and stern sentence sends a warning to any individual that is wearing any article of faith or is carrying a knife in a society where knife crime is now an epidemic, that the law is there to stop that. And the last thing you want to do is not only have the life lost of an individual who's a victim of such crime, but also the damage on the family, wider family that poses. So our appeal today was not only to the wider community, to Henry's family, but also to the Sikh community, that now's the time that we must understand our legal rights, our obligations, our duties, but also not to panic, to stand.
Basically, any other Sikhs, don't do anything stupid Like, that will get us in trouble here because we don't want the ire of the white British folks like the Muslim community does. So calm down for another 6 more months here. Don't do anything, stupid because we don't want to get deported too. We don't want to restore Britain casting their eye upon us here. That's all they're trying to say. All they're trying to say.
By our principles, to stand by our faith. We have a long and proud history of our contribution not only to Britain's freedom, but to Britain's success as well as Europe. We should stand proud of that contribution and those achievements, and we should stand in the time now where we are threatened, whether it's on social media by far-right organizations, political groups, or whether...
Oh, boo-hoo, you're being threatened by the far right. Oh, cry me a fucking river. If you're so concerned about death threats from the far right, maybe go back to India where you belong. There. Then you'll be safe from any death threats from the far right in Britain. You don't belong there anyways.
In the public. Remain vigilant, be alert, protect yourselves, but also be very conscious of how you wear your kakar. And that's a beinti for all of us. And we will be doing further dialogue as a community on what our collective response will be. We'll share in the coming days.
Also with this, and it's important to point out, due to the actions of one individual, the tarnishing of an entire community is not right. And I'll urge you to look at the great work the Sikhs have done over the last 130 years in the United Kingdom. And particularly, as my brothers pointed out, during World War I and II, the great sacrifices that were made by the voluntary Sikhs.
Now they're trying to use the small percentage of Sikhs that fought in World War II. Somebody had the statistics on hand for how many Sikhs fought in Britain for World War I and World War II, and was it actually coming from Britain or was it from the continent of India, because that's where the colonialism was actually happening there. Which, by the way, fun fact about that 500,000 Sikhs in Britain is more than any British was in India at the same time. So, not at the same time, right? I meant there were less Brits in India during the colonization than there are Sikhs now in Britain. I think things are a little bit different these days.
Army, and even to the point that we need to understand during World War I and II, when those Sikh soldiers were initiated, were part of the Sikh regiment, it was the British Army's rule that they had to be initiated into the Khalsa and be Qurban-wearing soldiers. So the Sikhs have been here for a long time, and it's unfortunate this one incident has brought us here, but I'm hoping and appealing that we all work together collectively to reduce any further events like this and work together and to tackle just all these issues together as one united kingdom.
See, the problem is, too, is that it's not one incident. There has been other incidents of Sikhs murdering people with their Qur'ans. Far and few between, but when you do the per capita rate, because I know it's a magic spell that Browns don't understand. They hear per capita and they get so scared away because it has numbers and math. It's still a high amount. Doesn't change the fact that the Sikhs weren't there, Henry would still be alive. And also doesn't change the fact that because of mass immigration into Britain, there has been a huge waves of people being murdered and raped because of this. And the Sikhs were part of the whole mass immigration. So obviously there's a bigger deal with Muslims, but it doesn't change the fact that if none of the Browns were there, we would not have these problems as a whole. The whole entire if you import the third world, you become the third world, and it's another fucking example of this. They stick out like a sore thumb. They're not British. They're not even dressed British, even even if he's wearing the jeans and the jacket, he's still got the turban on his head. They got whatever building in the background that's clearly not fucking British there. They're talking about their religion and faith and spending the whole entire 6 months essentially defending themselves and their community. The only reason why they have a community here is because they are foreigners and they haven't assimilated. If they truly were technically a British, right, actually assimilated, they wouldn't be referring to themselves as the Sikh community. They'd be like, oh, okay, the local British Sikh community. Or try to do something at least hyphenated, right? At the bare minimum. Even I don't think hyphenated even counts either. But no. They know they're different. They know they don't belong here. They know they stick out like a sore thumb. And that's why they're scared in making this 6-minute video. There. And the last 5 seconds, it actually happened in the very beginning too. They speak in this gobbledygook foreign language with the little prayer hands as well. Like they're not British and they never will be. A long time. There are doors in England that are twice as old as their entire religion. Oh yeah, there's that infamous oak door. From I think it's a pub. I guess post it on Twitter every once in a while. It's like 1,000 years old. It's older than the Ottoman Empire. It's older than the Maori in New Zealand. It's older than a lot of like major cultural events or historical events. That's how long the British have been there and have basically domesticated the island there. And then the Sikhs just show up and they're like, "Oh well, it's ours now. Congratulations." I hate them so much. I hate them so fucking much. But they're only doing this, right? They're only doing this. This was posted literally yesterday because of the story blowing up. Because of the police body cam footage coming out. Hence why, like, Keir Starmer is also now making a statement as well. Only because things are actually happening. After almost 3 weeks of a pressure online. And now it's blowing up because of the body cam footage. Now they're trying to make statements about this. This is a shocking, awful case. Henry's loved ones have gone through the trauma of a long trial and endured Henry's killer making up appalling claims about their son who was thoughtful, kind, and deeply loved. It is right that the IOPC is investigating the police response to his senseless murder, and we must end the cycle of tragedy by tackling the horror of knife crime. Yes, knife crime, that's the concern, knife crime. Henry's family, friends, his university, and the city of Southampton will continue to feel his loss, and our thoughts will always be with them. Oh, I'm fucking sure that you're actually, concerned about this stuff. But, keep on making your statements. And even though he cares about knife crime, he says he still won't remove the exemption which allows Sikhs to carry large ceremonial knives on them. So you're concerned about knife crime, but you allow the ones that are allowed to actually wear these gigantic ass knives. You won't remove this exception there? Now, once again, as an American, I think you should be able to carry a knife or a gun on you for self-defense purposes, but this goes back to two-tier policing. So, if you, so concerned about knife crime, why don't you get rid of those knives, huh? Why don't you get rid of those knives? You're willing to get rid of it literally everywhere else. Literally everywhere else. Get rid of those Japanese anime swords. Can't wear pepper spray. Can't carry a butter knife. But, oh, the Sikh knives. Oh, they're fine. The kirpans are fine. Even though it literally just murdered somebody. But okay. It's terrifying to realize that had Elon Musk not bought Twitter, this kind of stuff would never see the light of day. How much more crap has gone unnoticed? Oh, a lot. A ton has. Because, like, for example, right? There is a lot of people out there, unfortunately I know a few, that believe the 90s were some peaceful, hippie-lovey, racial, blind society. In reality, it was not the case. Now, I wasn't alive during then, so I'm going based off stories that I've heard myself. But because we had Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and Will Smith and, Hollywood showing that black people can be normal, they had this idea that there was this race-blind society. That wasn't the case. But if you actually look into it, there are plenty of examples of the chocolatiers getting uppity during the 90s and being the chocolatiers. Abusing the welfare system, the endless murder, the gang violence. Everything we talk about today was happening in the 90s. The difference is the mainstream media wasn't reporting on it, which, I mean, to be fair, they're not really reporting on it these days either. And you didn't have the internet to pass around these videos. And so the propaganda from Hollywood showing that blacks can be normal people was effective, because if you weren't actually around it, and a lot of people weren't, because we were still a good majority, white people were still a majority of America during that time. We are now 55%, by the way, fun fact. 90s were about like 70-some% if I remember correctly. So we've definitely dropped significantly. Yeah, it wasn't such a big deal. So hence why there's that belief about racial blindness being the case. But people didn't know any better because there wasn't the internet. And here we are. Now, Elon bought Twitter in 2023, and a lot of people have become a lot more radicalized because of it, because now we can actually see these stories, right? The police body cam footage is, thanks to Black Lives Matter, ironically enough. The New York Post making stories and using a bunch of euphemism for the urban youth, or the Daily Mail stuff, so we do have a little bit more mainstream reporting there. We can actually see these videos with the whole, like, Kool-Aid pineapple stuff that's been going viral. Like, Or in this case, going back to Britain, the Henry Nowak stuff, like, by posting about it. It's only because Elon bought Twitter. Before then, it was much harder to find these stories. I know because I was there. OJ and Rodney King's in the mine, yeah. But those are like, oh, well, they're, just exemptions, right? There's just 2 cases of it. But it happened a lot more frequently. Just didn't hear about it. Because every single day there's a new story about a white person being murdered by a brown. Every single day. But we only hear about it now. Yeah. Thank you, Christos, with the 10 dollar dues. Thank you. Sleepy wrote you a note. Any chance we can hear it? Yes, because between your 10 shekels and Philip's also 1,000 warp tokens over on Kick. Mal, would you please read Sleepy 6? That equals 20 shekels. And so therefore, I have been thoroughly convinced because I'm a cheap whore. However, before we do that, thank you, Play Xenosaga. Do you watch the side scrollers by chance? Out of curiosity. I agree. Oh, sorry. First off, thank you for the $5 reduce. Then I'll read your message. Anyways, I agree. The presumption of innocence, we lose that, we embrace tyranny. The tyranny we fight against the left pushing, we lose everything. Yeah, I mean, I do think that there are some cases where we don't have to hold the whole innocent thing until proven guilty to a certain extent. Now, to risk getting Chet whipped up once again, until more I think the past 10 years roughly, we could have possibly gotten away with the whole innocent till proven guilty thanks to video evidence. There have been so many cases of mostly chocolatiers being caught on video doing chocolatier things, and then they get slap on the wrist or let go, put back in the streets, whatever the case is. But we didn't, they're caught on video there. There's probably little tampering. Maybe just to be on the safe side, right, check for any video tampering, just blah, 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 blah. Other than that, pretty obviously did the crime. Now with AI, it's harder to actually do that because you can make up AI videos about thinking, about the scenario, and you don't know what's actually true or not. So it's a little bit harder there, but there was a brief period where we could probably actually gotten away with the whole innocent till proven guilty because of it. Now we can't exactly do that. However, if you're trying to extend the guilt to family members or friends or people like that who are really just innocent, that's a different story. Innocent till proven guilty is only relevant in the eyes of the law, not in the eyes of the public? Yes. Because even if you are actually proven innocent, but if there's a public smear campaign, you will have that for the rest of your life. Like Derek Chauvin is innocent, but his whole name has been ruined. Or like Kyle Rittenhouse. There's so many people out there that still thinks that he murdered black people, when in reality they were all white. One was a white beater, one was a racist, rapist. Blech. I was thinking of the meme, right? Where it just is RA underscore then IST, and it's rapist or racist. Anyways, sorry. One was a rapist and the other one was a sexual assault there, right? So, clearly cream of the crop of society that he shot down in self-defense. But there's a lot of people, mainly chocolatiers, that think he actually shot black people because they have a narrative they have to go with. So but he's been smeared because of it. And thank you, Skylar.z for the $2 reduce. Plays Xenosaga for sure. Phoenix would agree. I've heard it's good, but I just never got around to it. It's a laundry list of games to get through. And then thank you, Crystals, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. If it's a bad note, who do I see by a refund? The femboy. Charge the femboy because he's the one that wrote it in the first place. And then thank you, Kirisum, for the $20 reduce. Thank you. With a link to a YouTube video. Jokes becoming partial reality, hopefully not too spicy. Let me see what this is here. That's only 44 seconds. Okay. What I'll do is we'll watch the video from Curious Sub because it's only 44 seconds long. And then I don't really want to stop the topic of Henry Nowak because we have it's a lot to unpack. There's a lot to unpack for what has happened the past 2 days since the police body cam footage has come out. So we'll probably wait to read the sleepy paragraph after the Henry Nowak topic is over. We'll just do the little 44-second thing as a nice little palate cleanser for what has happened so far. Sound good? Sound good. Okay. This better be worth the 20 shekels here.
Well, I can't say my friend's name, but he said his biggest fear is that ISIS or some terrorist group like that will get a hold of a dirty bomb and explode it over a major city within the United States and kill tens of millions of people. Because then the blowback against innocent Muslims would be absolutely terrible.
Yeah, that's horrific.
That's true.
All right, let's do some jokes.
That went well, Josh.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right with the Sikh community. Oh, an innocent young boy just dies at their hand. Well, who cares about Henry at all? Who cares about his family, right? Here's the fact that he's 18 years old and had a whole entire life ahead of him. No, the poor Sikh community. Yes, same fucking thing. Same fucking here. Ugh. The fact that the Floyd unironically took it seriously, yes. Well, I mean, she's Asian, right? See, this goes for all nuns, right? By the way, any rice burners in chat, this is your future, by the way. Once again, do not race mix, because she is a nun, and even worse, she's a woman. So of course she's gonna be siding with the poor innocent Muslims because, oh, how dare! Excuse me. Apparently I'm burping. This is how much I care about the poor innocent Muslims. How dare that they be, lumped in there? Because it's not their fault there was another terrorist attack for the 100th time this year. Oh no, who cares about the family members that actually died? What about the innocent people still alive? Yeah, here we are. This is why women shouldn't have any political power, they shouldn't vote, and they should be locked, balled, and chained to the kitchen, and all non-deported to the country of origin. That simple. Here we go. So, other than Keir Starmer, not doing anything about it, no surprise there. Other than the Sikh community running defense, there have been actual protests, borderline riots, depending on your definition, over the yesterday, ever since the body cam footage has come out. So it happened. It was basically an all-day event. There is a YouTube channel that basically recorded the whole entire thing. It's like 7 hours long. Yeah, 6 hours and 52 minutes. It just goes through like basically the entire day's events and how people got around and everything. But I have some clips from it. That way it's a lot easier to digest in 7 hours. But it's nice to see that for 7 hours, it was just white British, that's all they are, right? They are white, standing up and protesting for what has happened against Henry. Including one scene of them getting together chanting, "I can't breathe." I keep on saying this, right? But like, I can't breathe seriously after Saint Void of the Fett ruined it, but that's actually what happened with Henry. So it's a good thing they're repeating it, but like I hear that I just think of Saint Void of the Fett. I can't do it, but it's a good thing regardless. Look at how many Union Jacks are there. Even the actual English flag. Safety is a right, not a privilege. Southampton's Patriots, history, pride, tradition. Prison for police on scene. I agree with that. And notice how it's just all white. All white. Mostly men. But there are a few women in the crowd. Here and there. Not a single Sikh. You know, in the crowd, protesting what has happened to Henry. Or a Muslim, or a Tommy Rob. Well, I guess Tommy Robinson did actually show up eventually, but you know what I mean. Oh, there. Isn't that funny how that works, huh? And things that escalate a little bit, where they're throwing trash bins at the police officers. And chasing them down.
Them out. They're chasing him with bins.
Chasing him with bins?
They've got him, they're running them out.
Once again, see, there's actual women in the crowd. See, the woman thing is really important because it's usually just men, which is a good thing because they are the ones to fight. But when you actually have women, white women, actually protesting, that's how you know you've won the narrative. Ceremonial religious bins, yes. Now this is where you might be able to use the definition of a riot because they are chasing down the police and throwing bins at them. And technically, with enough force and at the right angle, if the cops weren't wearing helmets, which it looks like they are, but still, that could actually hurt them, right? That's where basically when a protest gets violent, which is what throwing bins are. That's technically is what a riot is. Is this anywhere close to Black Lives Matter? Fuck no. They're not actually burning down cities and actually killing people. As far as I'm aware, no one's actually died. So plus they're white, and so therefore it's okay. It's really that simple. But regardless, technically you can make an argument that it is technically a riot.
The riot police are getting moved back.
Yeah, like that guy right there, for example, who just threw that bin as well, the ceremonial religious bin, didn't even really hit a cop. It almost looks like he hit this guy with the backpack. I don't think he did. Seeing the guy in the backpack is fine. So he might have actually hit the cop. I'm just saying, if he missed and hit the guy with the gray jacket and the backpack, that could have been, you know, at least at the bare minimum, cut him and made him bleed. Oh, more fights.
They're running them all back.
See? They're throwing and hitting a car now. Like, what's it get? It's a bin, so it's not like it's going to be that dangerous. But if it landed on the windshield at the right force, right angle, could have cracked it. Technically, we're getting the riot territory. No matter, even if it is our guys. Which for legal reasons disavow. Right? Patriotically and peacefully protest. Remember, chat. We gotta vote our way out of this. Trust me, bro.
Only in the UK would you see riot police getting pushed back like this.
Give the bins. Oh, did he get hit?
Getting pushed back like this.
Okay, what's wrong with him? Well, apparently we can't see. Oh, thank you, user, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. You got a license for that bin? I don't think they have a license for that bin. I'm sure probably a few people got arrested for it, sadly. There. But thank you for that. Thank you, user, for that. Because with that last super chat, I can now don the P.E.P.E hoodie and be nice and comfortable here. And it's funny because my P.E.P.E hoodie is the same color as the bins. You can throw me. You can throw me at the coppers. I'm basically a trash bin anyways, right? So thank you for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is nothing that the protests in Blackpool almost got smashed in the head by glass bottles as right wing and punks were throwing them at each other. Well, I know it's very light, but like technically by definition, when they get violent by throwing stuff and causing harm, that's only what a riot is. It's just, you know, very lightweight violence. Oh my god. I almost slurred. Cause I was like, wait, maybe that could be a mask. But no, like, no, he's still wearing gloves, and this guy's not wearing anything. That copper was darker than the night sky there. If I were to draw him, I would be arrested in the UK for a racist caricature. Holy fucking shit! Get deported.
They're throwing bins. Me and young Bobber here. How you doing, mental?
More of I think we're about 1 second away from watching a guy have the light flash between his eyes.
Yeah, I don't actually endorse violence. Sorry. Oh my, I'm so sorry.
Okay, so this video is basically what we kind of watched a little bit before, just a few seconds before, and my apologies, chat. I didn't pre-watch all the videos I had tonight. But still, it's nice to see the little bit in the beginning for how it kind of started. And that guy's trying to like break it up. I'm sorry, dude. I appreciate, you know, you trying to be the white knight. But that's something that the coppers' jobs, and you're putting yourself at risk, as we can clearly see by having a trash bin thrown on you. And maybe you shouldn't counter-single this. Obviously, disavow violence, right? Don't throw trash bins at police officers. Disavow. But save the saving the day, right? For the actual cops, not try to get in the way, because you're clearly not helping. Oh Jesus. And then they actually get into a little bit of a kerfuffle here. So I kind of showed a little bit earlier, right? Here's this dapper lad right here. He actually, he literally looks like he came out of like Victorian London, like 150 years ago. Absolutely amazing. They're protesting the cops as well. And then they're just sitting there shouting, right? Like standing there shouting, scum. And then the cops just all of a sudden start like just bashing them with the shields. Oh, look at that! There's a Restore Britain bloke right there. Nice. And they're just hitting them with the shields. Just another fight back.
That was completely unnecessary.
Then, of course, the woman screaming in the background, because the woman always had to scream. But just completely unprovoked, like they're protesting. This part is actually a peaceful protest. Like there are because of that whole live stream that I talked about, the one that's 7 hours long. There is a part of it from the same scene. I don't know where it's at within it. But there's a part of it where the people on the sidelines were actually throwing bins at the coppers. But like that's at a different time, and it's them, not these guys here. And I just started to bash them with the shields regardless here. Rupert will have to disavow him. Unfortunately, yes. But yes, disavow for fortunate reasons. Yes. Yeah.
Is it the Jews?
Him doing a wanker is
Is
great.
it
Yes,
the
it's beautiful,
Jews?
beautiful.
I'm
Which,
assuming
by
it's
the
always
way,
the Jews.
this could put him in legal trouble. But I appreciate the patriotism here. Where did I have the tab at? I had the tab here. Or aha, there. This is his Twitter account. Great bloke. Although I took some cuts and bruises and probably some trouble down the line, I would like to say there is nothing in the grand scheme of things. That not only is Henry Nowak dead, but countless young girls and boys have been raped and murdered. Our people are being replaced. This is our Britain, and there's only one. It's our birthright. This is our land. See, like I appreciate a guy, right, who can actually go out there and protest, and is unafraid of the consequences. Because of this video going viral, and for him in particular, for looking like he came out of Victorian London, looking like a dapper chap, because you can this is English culture right here. Like the nuns want to say there's no such thing as white culture, or which even then there's a million different cultures within what's considered quote unquote white culture. This is very clearly English culture. The suit, the tie, the mustache, the haircut, like because of the meme being like he can be placed within like any time period piece from 150 years ago, shows the fact that he quite literally represents what English culture actually is about. And the actual, the English flag in the background too. Like, it's nice to see such a guy be so patriotic and unashamed about it too. Time traveler throwing at the Q Starmer gang sign. That looks early 20th century. Okay, close enough. Close enough. I know he's like maybe like a little bit of a hat. He's gonna be more Victorian style, but you get my point. Where? So, and then apparently they tried to. I don't know. I can't actually verify if this one's from the Southampton protest / riots that happened yesterday. But it does kind of line up with what I've been seeing with other things. Supposedly they're just repeatedly kicking him in the head. Just completely dogpiling him. You can't even see the body, just bashing him. Like, just... I can't tell if his head is super red because he's bald and he's being pinned down, or it could also be blood. So clearly the police force know what they're doing. Most likely both, yeah, unfortunately probably both, because that was quite a few kicks repeatedly. There, let's see. About 1, 2, 3. I feel like the Cookie Monster. Not the Cookie Monster. The counting dude from Sesame Street. Anyway, you get my point. About a 4 there. Maybe a 5 because the video kind of skips a little bit. Plus, he's also being pinned down by multiple different officers. Yeah, that's not a really pleasant experience here. The police should be charged for this attack. Oh, yeah, I'd be okay with that. Yeah, but they're probably not going to be because, like, oh, it's a riot. They were throwing bins and yelling at the police and stuff like that. So he's just being, pinned down and punished for what he's been doing. That's going to be their excuse. I think it's a little bit of excessive force. Notice how when a white guy is literally dying in their hands, they're like, I don't think you've been stabbed, mate. I don't really care about it. But now that they're protesting against the coppers in the first place, let's kick him while he's down. Repeatedly. Multiple times. Literally. Here. Oh, and I think it's my last little clip from the protests and riots, more specifically, that happened yesterday. But supposedly, they spread to the house, where Digwa's family is at, where Henry Nowak was murdered. Oh, we got a void again. For legal reasons, disavow, don't go to the family's house, even if they are culpable and should be arrested, as well as their son for murdering Henry, blah, 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 blah. Disavow, disavow. But it is interesting that they are. This is a whole day thing. Like I said, this whole live stream is like 7 hours by this one person. The UK sploosh. Just like all day into the night. Like literally dark. And they still have the riot shields out. Versus the very bright day. Midday sun here. For the beginning. So if anything, actually I'll put this in the chat here for you guys, in case you want to maybe I'll watch the whole entire thing, but it's kind of like skip through it to find the interesting bits for what has happened. It's good to see. This is why I said like the beginning of the stream that's kind of a gray pill, because obviously Henry dying is horrible. How the police have been handling it has been horrible. Keir Starmer's response is horrible. The whole entire situation is horrible. But it is nice to see the British folks actually standing up and protesting to basically defend him. Because, like, I was getting kind of worried there for a bit that Restore Britain would be like a pressure release valve, and there wouldn't be anything really done until like they got into power in 2029 if they win. But seeing this makes me feel a little bit relieved that the pressure is still ramping up. Like, it definitely seems like they still are like a release valve in some ways. But it's nice to see that people aren't just simply turning to them and praying and hoping. They're willing to actually get on the streets to try to make change themselves. Because once again, the whole entire reason why the Sikh community made their whole apology, right? Or the cops actually said anything, or Keir Starmer saying anything, it's only because it's become such a big mainstream topic. Thanks to this article from the Daily Mail posted on May 14th, and now the police body cam footage being released a couple days ago. That's the only reason why we are getting these statements from these people. And so now the British folks are actually protesting it, which is good. So it shows that the heat is there, the pressure is there to try to make some sort of change. That the Restore for Restore is completely grassroots. There. I thank you, Dinocide, for the $3.08. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, Global Praise Zimbabwe. Yeah. That's not a white pill. That's not a white pill, but you know. At least if something can be done about it, right? If people can actually vote their way out of this for legal reasons, then maybe it can be prevented. And then thank you, Jay from Subway, for the $10 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All this writing during Pride Month for sure got me need to recoup my caloric intake. I could sure use a refreshing Kool-Aid pineapple in these hot summer days. That's right. That is disgusting. I know it's like the hot topic at the moment. That fucking pineapple Kool-Aid chocolatier fucking bullshit. And I cannot watch any of the videos of it without wanting to literally throw up. I hate artificial, like, flavoring. I don't like Kool-Aid. I don't like Skittles. I don't really even like Jolly Ranchers. I love pineapple, though. So what do you mean you're ruining pineapple with the disgustingness? Like those, like, pickles, too? Or like, hot, like fried chicken, they're doing this, too? And it's like, I want literally to puke just thinking about it. No. Disgusting. Disgusting. Not like the police are any better, but still. Now, unfortunately, Unfortunately, Sargon made an L take. And I am Sargon's top guy. But at this point, I am Zoomer Historian's top guy as well. Because politically, I'm basically Zoomer Historian, but a woman. Zoomer is better than me, though, by a long shot. But like a good foid, I get my political opinions from men, okay? And at this point in time, that man is Zoomer Historian. Sargon, I love you, but he posted an L take about this, so... And then he's got that then he defends himself in the comics too, but we'll get here in a second. Let's actually listen to what he's got to say.
And the highest crime of increasing racial tension, again, bringing shame to your family and your community, as if it's the British state's job to protect the dignity, the pride of the minorities. But the thing about the increasing racial tension, well, what does that mean? Well, the multicultural state wants everything to be frictionless. It doesn't want any of the minority communities to have tensions, and almost all of their all their bandwidth goes towards making sure that the Hindus aren't at war with the Muslims aren't at war with the Jews aren't at war with whoever, like, and the Sikhs and this. They want nothing but Sadiq Khan, happy clappy, multicultural inclusion. They don't want contradictions. They don't want friction, and that's. Well,
this is a horrible pause for Sargon here, but like he's technically not wrong about this part. I like his wearing a little Restore Britain pin, too. Anyways, but they don't want friction because they don't want riots on the street, right? They don't want actual white British realizing what is happening in their country. And any time a brownoid gets a little bit uppity and murders and rapes somebody, then that adds extra friction to the whites, and they don't want the white people rioting and protesting against what's happening to their country. They don't really want the ethnic fighting. They want them to stay in their little enclaves, and that way they can leech out the taxpayer system more and more, so they can raise the taxes on the actual white British working, and let the white British suffer for the politicians' actions of it. That's why they don't want any friction within multicultural society, which is why the Sikh community is immediately apologizing and trying to deflect the blame on it, because they realized what the hour is near.
Dig was crime to them as well. He increased racial tension, and that allows the Sikh community to say, well, hang on a second, we're being demonized after the murder. We are the real victims of this. And I think it's worth addressing this, right? Because I see a lot of people attacking the Sikh community, and I feel that it's a bit of a red herring in a way, right?
And this is where he starts taking the L. Like, okay, when he says address it, I was like, okay, yeah, we can address it, right? In the sense that I don't give a fuck that they want to be like they feel demonized after this. Like, because one of their own murdered an innocent 18-year-old for no reason other than the fact that he was white, and the whole family worked together to cover it up. And now the Sikh community is deflecting that blame, spent a whole 6-minute video talking about how it's not their fault, and that they feel like they're the true victims of the scenario, when they weren't the one that died. They weren't the one that lost a family member. They don't actually belong in Britain, so I don't care if they feel demonized. We can address in the sense of, I don't care. You know, as Rupert Lowe loves to say, I don't care. It's not a red herring, Sargon.
So there are only 500,000 Sikhs living in Britain. That's not very many.
Only 500,000 Sikhs. That is 500,000 too many, Sargon.
Right, there are.
I mean, even in India, they're only 2% of the 1.7% of the population.
Exactly.
So they are very much a minority of Indians.
Exactly. There's only sort of 24 million of them, and I don't think this was a structural.
There's only 24 million of them. Then why is it 500,000 in Britain? Like 24 million is a drop in the ocean in the grand total population of the world. Why is it 500,000 of them, once again, per capita in Britain alone?
Systemic problem within the Sikh community. Right? I actually do think that Digwa was himself a bit of a maniac, and the family, having very high familial clan preference, which is obviously true, went out of their way to lie and to protect him, to try and invoke the mechanisms of the state.
Yes, so they're also guilty too. They should be deported because brownoids are tribalistic. Whites are the only ones without an in-group preference. Everyone else is very tribalistic at the end of the day. That's why only whites will actually sacrifice their sons if they're murderers. But they didn't because they do have an anger preference because they're brown and they are more family centric because they don't care about the guilt. They only care about defending their own and are using the system to their own benefit. That's a problem. They should be deported.
But I don't think the Sikh population is actually the problem that is being manifested here.
It is the problem being manifested here because it's, once again, it's the third world. They come from the third world. And for the third world, you become the third world. And here we go. If they weren't here, if not a single Sikh was in Britain, Henry would still be alive. But unfortunately, there are 500,000 of them, Sargon. And so now Henry is dead. Like, that's the problem here. And even Dan, like, obviously the clip ends here, so, and he looks like he's about to say something, but like Dan's facial reaction here is hilarious because that's how I feel when I saw this. I was like, because when I saw this on my timeline, I was like, no, Zoomer and Sargon are fighting again. It's like mommy and daddy fighting, except it's two daddies because it's Pride Month. And it's like no, right? But then Dan's reaction's how I feel. It's like, you gotta be serious. You gotta be serious. Like, come on, Sargon, come on here. Yeah. And then they have a little spat in the comic section on Twitter. Whether you like from Sargon, whether you want that or not, there's no point pretending the Sikhs are some massive problem community. Zoomer, it doesn't matter how much violence they commit or if they're badly behaved in reality. If we can scapegoat a community to the point that people want them gone, that's a good thing. 500,000 Sikhs being here is a biological hazard and an invasion. It's also incredibly helpful for making sure we don't just focus on Muslims since it's the utmost importance. He's a little bit more, radical, which I'm not actually against. But if you're trying to talk to somebody like Sargon, technically, saying that scapegoating a community is not going to really get him on your side because it's a whole, like we talked about earlier, the whole innocence thing, right? You're not going to exactly appeal to somebody if they see a majority of a community innocent. Like, they're going to see you as evil for trying to scapegoat them as much as possible. That the issue is that it mostly is the community that's the problem. That's what Sargon's not seeing here. The Sargon responds, yes. Hence why don't make a big deal of the community, etc. What? I misread that. I suppose, but I don't know of any other examples of it happening. Hard to point to a widespread pattern of abuse, and the exception will look like it proves the rule. Excuse me, sorry, I'm burping. Zoomer responds with, very high-profile case fairly recently in Canada, the exact same thing happening. A Sikh brutally murdering a father in front of his family for literally no reason. Paul Schmidt. Look at the reaction of the Sikh community right now, too. We need to keep the pressure on them so their hostility keeps coming out into the open, not randomly take a step back. And he is right. I don't think Sargon responds to this at this point, which is sad. I don't think Sargon had a response for this, which to be fair, he did say, like, I don't really know any other exceptions of this. You know, this is like the first case. So Sargon's coming from the standpoint, Sikhs aren't really murderous because there's never really been a murderous Sikh before, right? But here's the thing. Here's my position, which is also, or at least, from the Zoomer position here, is that it doesn't matter. They don't belong here. It literally is a biological hazard and invasion. Like, you should be focusing on deporting all the nuns. I get Restore Britain with Rupert Lowe's only going to be focusing on the first couple steps of remigration, which is going to be going after the Muslim rape gangs, which is a good thing, right? They still need to go too. But the Sikhs don't belong here either. And so if we can also focus on them to get them pushed out, that's even better, as that's 500,000 people gone from the country that don't belong there, which means there's about, 500,000 jobs, houses, grocery bills going down, ideally less taxpayer money being spent on social programs. Supposedly the Sikhs, quote unquote, assimilate better according to Tommy Robinson. So there'd be more jobs being taken and less welfare being stolen with the Sikhs there versus the Muslims, but I highly doubt that, frankly, myself, because they are brown. They don't care about actually assimilating to Britain. Clearly. So, if they're all gone, that'd be a huge benefit for the British people. And if we can use this story to push them out, even better. It's not a red herring, like Sargon is saying. It's pushing the narrative even further. I understand the focus on Muslims, but a foreign invader is a foreign invader, and all should be expelled. Exactly. Exactly. Which it sucks seeing Sargon take this position. Like, I usually defend him with the argument, like, okay, you know, he's got a major media company that's rivaling mainstream media for the views. It's much further right than GB News is. He's got a whole host of young Zoomer, or older Zoomer, young millennial presenters. You know, he's actually giving jobs to the British folk, and they're actually pushing the narrative. They're helping promote Restore Britain and Rupert Lowe. You know, they're doing a lot of good work. And so Sargon needs to be a little bit careful when it comes to the law so he doesn't actually lose everything. He's talked multiple times about how he's worried that one day he's going to get a knock on the door, which I'm worried about that too. Though I think if he does, that would cause a little bit too much backlash. I think the government knows that they can't do anything about it, right? Like, that's kind of my opinion. But he still needs to moderate himself because of the hate speech laws and the axe on his neck that could fall at any time. So I get him not going the full mile for certain things, and I have seen, like, in his live streams before in the past where he's clearly holding himself back and having to think very carefully what he's saying when he gets angry so he doesn't actually accidentally say the wrong thing. But in this case, I don't get that sense from him. Not from the clip and not from the response from Zoomer. Though I do hope for the best that after Zoomer's last response that he sits back and thinks about it, because he is coming from a good faith position here. Being like, you know, oh, well, I don't know any examples of this. You know, I want to focus more on the Muslims because they're a bigger issue. You know, I kind of get his position on it, but it is the wrong position. Yeah. Sargon's gonna be forced to the right eventually as overturned window is pushed, hopefully. I still consider him part of the right. Like, he is definitely right wing. Center right, but regardless, he is right wing. I think he's just in the same camp as Tommy. I think he's further right than Tommy, but not by much. Like, Tommy is very much a civ nut, and he also works for Israel. Like, he literally works for the Israel Defense League. You can't make this shit up. Like, at first I was like, nah, that guy's gonna be AI for those photos. And then I see more photos of it, and I'm like, wait, this isn't the AI, this is real? Oh, okay, great. Cool. Anyways, and so I think he's further right than Tommy is, but not by a lot either. So I think it's not the Sikhs, it's the foreigners having angry preferences, but maybe not. I mean, Sikhs are foreigners and they do have angry preferences. So even if you go with that stance that, like, Sargon sort of kind of has, it still falls on his face. So that's the problem. I think you pick a Pikahiri for the 500 500 yen. So I'm gonna call it 500 warp tokens. So I was gonna call it $5, and it just kind of mashed together. Anyway, thank you regardless. Happy Pride. Remember to prep your dewormer for July 1st. Of course. I heard ivermectin's pretty good for getting those ass worms out of your body, but you can always go the corpo pharmaceutical way with PrEP. Hadumtis. He's as far right as he can legally be in England. I watched the Goth on Rogan. He said he can only say what he does because in Northern Ireland they don't use PrEPnet because IRA. Well, that's good for him. I was wondering about the Goth daddy guy. Because I was like, he seems like he should be thrown in jail about 2 months ago at the very bare minimum. But that makes a lot more sense. But I don't really watch him. Sargon's still good to have on our side, even if there's occasional L. Yes. Like, I'm still Sargon's top guy. But as his top guy, right? As his top goyim, I should maybe say. I will admit when he takes his L's. And this is an L here. Because I recognize that he does do good things. We just need to keep him pushing a little bit more. Could have pushed him a little bit more, you know, kind of kinda, yeah, situation. Wonder if Anita still has nightmares about Carl. I hope she does. I hope she dreams. Actually, you know what? I can almost guarantee she dreams of him saying, I wouldn't even rape you to her. I know he didn't say it to her. I know he said it to Liz, not Liz Truss. Jesse Phillips? Jess Phillips, yeah. I think he said to Jess Phillips. But I can almost guarantee Anita dreams about him saying that to her instead. Ugh. Okay, chat. I gotta take a quick bathroom break. So I will be back in just a couple minutes. And then we'll carry on with stream. I'll be back in 2 minutes, BRB. 1 second here. Audio chat, I'm back. I'm here. Jay from Subway, I did read your Ko-Fi before I left, like 15 minutes ago? 20? I don't know what time is, but I know I read your Ko-Fi. But thank you once again for the 10 shekels. Regardless. And speaking of shekels, I'll read Sleepy's paragraphs on race that was posted in the Discord server. Maybe I should admit that was posted in the Discord server there. Might cause some problems. I'll go ahead and read it now. Since, I was paid to do so, and listen, I'm a cheap whore. You can do things. You can make me do things for a very little amount of money. Within limitations, for obvious reasons. Yeah. Wait, I was on pragmatism? Oh, not that one? Oh. Okay. Is there a different one? Here? What's this one? I've been added 3 times within the server. Which one is it? Okay, I'm just gonna scroll to the very bottom and please just at me there. Arlecchino plushie. That's cute. Okay, I see. I see. Thank you. Okay. Okay, I found it. Okay, before you read, just know that I think the biggest problem is when I first posted this, people were talking about if violence is okay. So people thought I was saying violence bad. I am not. Violence is bad, disavow. Violence bad, disavow. The problem with sinking to the level of the left and embracing the morally Republican tactics is that it fundamentally gives them power. They can attack us as being morally bankrupt and so on. One of the main reasons the left keeps losing is because they have morality that is disgraceful to the vast majority of people, and what morality they do have, they go back on all the time. If we, i.e. the far right, adopt these tactics, but the left and center right Yiddish establishment can push back against us. There is not even getting into how wrong it is on a moral level. To use a very overused Evola quote, be radical, have principles, be absolute, be that which the bourgeoisie calls an extremist. Give yourself without counting or calculating, don't accept what they call reality of life, and act in such a way that you won't be accepted by that kind of life. Never abandon the principle of the struggle. We must have principles. We must believe in our ideas. If we adopt the ideas of the left, we show our own moral and ethical principles to be wrong. Hold that burp. Excuse me. The normies can about morality and, more importantly, consistently. Morality and principles that are consistent is a powerful weapon. People generally do care about morality and moral consistency. Sorry. The demographic of the UK are still good enough that the political solution is still possible. If you abandon moral principles, then the normies will abandon you. People support the American Revolution because the revolutionaries kept to their principles. Whatever you think of Lenin, you have to admit he's extremely principled, which is why he won. So yes, please have principles. We must have an uncompromising ideological authenticity in the face of this rotten world. To end this off with a man far smarter than me, my view is that as long as there is a vanguard to put forward the proposition of an exclusiveness for ourselves, there will always be hope. Bowden. How many essays has Sleepy made you guys read? I think it's like the third one, actually, or fourth one. I've lost count at this point. I mean, I'm being paid shekels to read this, and he does write good stuff, and it is a nice little debate for chat too. So, I mean, hey, as long as people enjoy it as well. To actually address what he has to say, though, I agree and I disagree to a certain extent. Because, like, I definitely agree with having principles. I can see the argument with the whole, like, if we adopt their principles, then basically it shows that our principles are bad, right? But if you abandon more principles, then normies will abandon you. Where was that at? It was somewhere in this thing. Yeah. If we adopt the ideas of the left, we show our own moral and ethical principles to be wrong. I can see that argument, but at the same time, like, in a way, our moral and ethical principles are wrong. That our moral and ethical principles is what got us here in the first place. It's what allowed us to be subverted. It is the liberal, globalist, blank slate theory that has actually gotten us here in the first place. And that is a morality, that is ethics that we have, the Western world has created, and has only bitten us in the ass to the point where we're at a civilizational collapse. And so, yeah, technically, in a way, it is wrong. So, what we need to rid the morals and ethics that has been a detriment to us and replace them with harder ideology. Some of it is from the left, unfortunately, to protect ourselves in the future. What's the point of conservatism if we're only conserving the last 10 years? Like the conservatives in the UK or the GOP supporting Pride Month for far too long, right? Like, that's not conservatism. that is just adopting ideals from 10 years ago, because that is the old guard, not what actually celebrates traditionalism, which is family values. That's what conservative is supposed to be there. So, like that's where the issue kind of lies. However, he's not wrong as well, because if we adopt the wrong ideas of the left, then yes, we do show our own moral and ethical principles to be wrong, and so we can't just be the left, but with swastikas, and better edits. Like there needs to be some limitations here. They can maybe make the argument that swastikas themselves are left wing because, you know, National Socialism, but I think you get my point. Sorry, I'm itching my eye now. Demographics have gone in England as it is the older population. Everyone under 40 is just mainly immigrants, having ever more children. People that believe the government census stats are usually moronic. Well, I mean, what else are we supposed to do with the census stats? I mean, I agree, it's probably worse than what the government says, but it can't be too radically different. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say radically different, right? Like, we kind of have to work with what we can get. So, last I heard, the demographics in the UK is like 75% white. So, if that's actually wrong, then it's probably like 65% whites. Still better than it is in the United States, which is important to remember, right? For any of my American bros, my Amerikanskis being like, oh, Europe is cucked, Britain is cucked, oh my god, it's all blah 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 blah. That the UK is certainly better. But I do agree with the fact what he says, like, it's still to a point where they can't actually have a peaceful solution to this. But that basically is the last chance is restore Britain in 2029. That's the only chance they had to actually do a peaceful revolution, to actually change it by deporting these people. And it's gonna be a very long 3 years, as we can see, as more Henry Novaks will be dying and more protests will be occurring. We will wait and see if the British people can actually wait that long. Versus America, I think we're too big, and because we are unfortunately an experiment that has failed massively, and we don't have the same, because of the propaganda that's been shoved down our throats for over 100 years now, we have this belief that America is a propositional nation and that everyone can be an immigrant to America, when it's technically not even true. But, like, it's versus the British have, you know, over 1,000 years of history to lean upon with this quick blip of immigration in. America is such a vast land and such a short history. It's unfortunately, and I hate saying this as an American, but I feel like between the two of them, America's far more cooked, far more doomed than it is in England. So, having a peaceful voting our way out of this solution in America is not as likely. But for legal reasons, we do have to vote our way out of it. Abandoning our principles is exactly what got us here. I guess it depends on what principles you're talking about. Like, I can see your point. I guess. Hold on. Wait a second here. Basically, getting rid of tribalism, getting rid of in-group preference, believing in the blank slates, is technically what we got rid of principles. Like, we used to have science based on school sizes, and which is taught in school to be ridiculous. And then you get older and then you realize, wait, it's not actually ridiculous. There's actually some truth to the school shape theory, isn't there, huh? Interesting. So a lot of the wisdom from our ancestors is much more knowledgeable than what we have today, because we have abandoned, well, I know it's not exactly principles in this case, but it's an example of us throwing away the old guard, the old ways of thinking that has survived for the entirety of human history, because we thought we had something better and more enlightening to replace God. and yet here we are. So I can definitely understand that side of the argument. Modern conservatism is liberalism trying to speed limit. Yes. Yeah, I would agree with that. It really depends. We have the infrastructure and power as of now in the United States. The UK does not. It really depends on what will happen in the future for both the US and the UK election-wise. I don't think the UK needs the infrastructure argument for them to survive or a peaceful transference of power to actually do this. Because, like, all they need to do is just deregulate as much, deport the nuns, and they can be a superpower again. But they willingly cut themselves by ending the slave trade. Literally put themselves in the debt to do so. And giving up their empire. Well, I say them, but it was the queen. Not exactly. It wasn't actually the people's fault for that. But still was technically their own doing it. So they can actually bounce back. They just need to do it. And that's the problem. Is the doing it problem. We're living the results of the substitution of Anglo-Saxon morals for Marxism absence of values. Yeah, I would agree with that. American here fully assert the SWAT-C waivers were leftists, by the way. Maybe not as extreme as the modern right, but not saying much. Regarding demographics thing, there is difference between where you... Is there a second part to that? Because I feel like if there it is. There is a difference between the culture of Black Americans who have been here for 12 generations and the one who came past 50 years. Okay. We have a Sivna in the chat here. Essentially, if I'm understanding your opinion correctly. The culture of Black Americans who have been here for 12 generations is the same as the ones that came in the past 50 years. Actually, hold on, wait a second. Technically, the Ghanaians and the Nigerians are going to be different than Black Americans culturally. But they're still low IQ individuals that commit crime. And they're still very violent because they don't have a frontal lobe. It's not going to be the exact same culture with the pineapple Kool-Aid, but they don't belong here regardless. The Liberia experiment never should have ended. They're not... Like, the Black Americans have been here for 12 generations are not actual Americans. They're just dregs of society left over from slavery. Now American Blacks hate American Blacks? Well, they hate each other. Because non-American Blacks recognize the fact that they're in a better country. But when you import the third world, it still becomes a third world. They just look at American Blacks and basically see them as a stain upon America for making it worse for them. That's it. They don't actually care about America in itself. They care about what benefits them. And American Blacks make them even look worse than they already are. Yo, Mo, when my race essay gets done, how much is your Jewish ass gonna have to be paid to read it? That's how spicy it is. It's a race essay. Also, it's gonna have to wait till at least an hour before end of stream, thanks to YouTube. There. But if it's massive, like, how long is it gonna be? Because the longer and spicier it is, the more shekels I demand. There's a big difference between the average IQ of Somalia of 65, American Black of 80. Yeah, there is and there isn't, right? Because before the 70s, the IQ of mental retardation was 85 and lower, and we changed it to 75 and lower because of the American Black having an IQ average of 85. You need about an IQ of 90 to 95 to understand per capita and think 15 seconds ahead. So, in reality, while there is a difference between 65 and 80, where they're basically an animal at 65 versus 80 is a little bit better, they still can't understand 15 seconds ahead. They still can't understand per capita. They still don't have a fully developed frontal lobe that makes them very angry. Hence why we call them the N-word. They threaten to, at the bare minimum, they threaten to beat your ass if they don't actually do it in the first place. So, really, you can't actually talk to anybody with a low IQ lower than 90. You're basically talking to a brick wall. And that's about it. At 85 becomes difficult to understand cause and effect. Yes. See? That's the problem. That's the problem. Amal, check the length of the introduction. That should give you an idea how long it is. I looked at it early and you said that's not the one to read, so now I have to go find it again. I mean, the introduction alone's already pretty long, so if that's just the introduction, and not to mention, it probably would be a whole entire segment on stream because it's gonna be very spicy. I'm gonna probably say like 100 shekels. But like, that's just my vibes here is gonna be 100 shekels for such a spicy topic and how long it's gonna be. But you know, since I am of Talmudic belief here, it might be more. Just saying. Let's see, did I miss any other super chats? Aha, I did. Maestro Mark, thank you for the $2 reviews. Thank you. Do some racially insensitive supremacist mommy ASMR. Do you want me to lose my channel? That would be a great video. And then you will see me in hell. 100 is good, I think. Okay, nice to see. Tribalism is the natural state of not only humans, but of all animals. Is intrinsic protective instinct. Those like me equal safe, no not like me risk factor. Yes. And the thing is, it's true. It's 100% true. Because the further away you get from your people, right? Like the heat map meme that unfortunately has died. The more you're putting yourself at risk. And, well, you already have problems with your family members. Right? Excuse me? A lot of people, you know, have dysfunctional families. Abusive parents. Or drugged out siblings. You know, that's with your own family. But then you go a little bit further out from the heat map into, like, the friends category. Or, like, your maybe coworkers would be a little bit better. Because you can actually choose to be who you're friends with. And then there's going to be points of contentions there. A lot more than even with your own family. And then you go from co-workers into, you know, the community. And then from the community you get to the states. And etc, etc. And the more you stretch out, the more problems you have. Because the less similar you're going to be with them. The less you're going to have in common. The differences of opinion. But which is why that, like when it comes to politics, going more back to politics again, the federal level doesn't understand the local. Hence why there's supposed to be layers to it. But when the Fed oversteps is when a lot of problems occur. Which is why America was supposed to be a confederation of states, more or less. So it can actually handle federal problems. Especially with how massive America actually is, a lot better. You know, but here we are. And that's just within your own country. Spread that out to the rest of the world again. To a whole different country. Halfway across oceans. You know, a million miles away. You're not going to have any similarities with them. Not like, oh my god. They piss off more of chat. Because that's apparently tonight's stream is pissing off chat. I fucking hate the people on Twitter. And a couple people in chat too. They're like, oh, the Christians in Africa. The Christians in Africa. I'll fuck off about the Christians in Africa. They're not the same Christians here in America. I can guarantee you that. Like they might say that they believe in the same God. They might wear a cross, but they do not celebrate the same way. And they do not fully agree with you. And they will always put their racial tribal lines above their religious lines. 1,000%. 1,000%. So stop talking about Christians in Africa and trying to save them. There's still fucking Africans at the end of the day, and they would not save you being a Christian in America. So, and that's the kind of it goes back to the same point there. What about Christians in America? Well, that's a bit of a different story because you're talking about actual within the same country again. But even now, but thanks to our demographics. And not to mention denominations as well. You're gonna have points of contention. It's gonna be harder to argue, but it's nothing like the fucking so-called Christians in Africa. Like, oh my god, the Christian groups that like want to donate all the money and goods to Africa to feed them because they're Christian there, and like all the Muslims are taking over. What about the Christians in America? Why don't like speaking of them? Why don't you support the Christians in America that are starving and dying on a daily basis and being discriminated against? Oh, you don't care because they're American and you see the helpless child in a foreign country? Oh, you care more about them? Great, thank you for being a race traitor and a traitor to your country and a traitor to your people. Get the fuck out of here. Just sucks. Just absolutely sucks. That's what I say about a lot of Mexican Catholics. A lot of them are also mystics with heresy. Yeah, like, who cares? You're still Mexican at the end of the day. Like, your country and your people should be higher priority than the religion aspect of things. Because the problem with that is that they will distort the religion to fit their culture. It's not the same religion anymore. I hate to break it to you. It's just not how. It's just simply not how humans work. Jehovah's are a cult and not a religion. I'm not talking about Jehovah's. I'm talking about just in general denominations in the United States. There's obviously the Catholics, the Lutherans, the Baptists, the Mormons. So I know they're not technically within the Christian branch, but they're related somewhat. Then you got the Methodists. You got the Evangelicals. You got quite a few different ones, and they all have their problems. Two made doormat Christians? I would agree with that, frankly. Noah Samson cares more about Palestine than he cares about the homeless in his native California. Like, yeah. I hate that. I hate that so much. Do Latter-day Saints still count as Christian? That depends on the Christian. Personally, I put them in the same category. They're just a very big offshoot from it. They're further down from the umbrella. But I know technically in Catholic school they weren't considered it. But I personally do myself. But anyways, we have gone all over tonight. And to kind of, you know, go for... oops, I didn't mean that. We talked about a lot of spicy things. We got a little bit heated early on. There's been some hot topics tonight. But to kind of start ending stream on a nicer white pill, you know, a little bit more enjoyable than, you know, more white people dying at the hand of brown hands. This was in stream suggestions, and I thought this might be funny because I get to bash women, and that's my favorite hobby. It's to bash women. As I fucking hate women with a burning passion. 5 reasons why women should be more quiet. I wonder if that applies to me. But I'm not a woman, so I don't have to be quiet. There. Thank you, Discreet, for the $5 reviews. Thank you. Mal being the stereotype demanding more shekels. Why, of course. Why, of course, little goyim. You think you can get away without paying me here? Oy vey indeed. I have my rules. And you, little goyim, must follow them for my own benefit. And that includes giving me more shekels. There we go. Okay. Whoopsies, I didn't mean to start the video here. The truth is she's cheaper than most women. Listen. I'm still a cheap whore, what can I say?
What's up, guys? Welcome back to Jimmy Talks. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day, but I just wanted to put something out here. I'm officially filing a formal petition to put a temporary mute button on all women. Alright, so without further ado, let's just
Hey, yo, base, I'm down for that. Let's go.
Get into it. Reason number 1 on why women should be quiet. And the first reason is women should be making sandwiches. Look, we're not asking for a lot here, ladies. You really should just be saying something like, hey, I made you a sandwich. By the way.
Fucking Lily Singh? Hold on.
Just be saying something like, hey.
I have not seen this brown void in so long these days. Speaking of women needing a mute button here, I'm about to post an L. I used to watch this chick back in the day when I first was getting into YouTube. I actually liked her content a lot because she would make these funny skits. She's not funny anymore. And she became hyper-political, pro-Indian immigration, no surprise, because they, protect their own. Hyper-feminist, made a fool of herself, all that fun stuff. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. There. She got yeeted by being a groomer? Wait, what? What? Okay, then. I did not know that.
I made you a sandwich. By the way, I really like salami with pesto on it and provolone. If you have a panini press, even better. Make it that way.
Yes,
Give me a
sir.
tall glass of water and maybe a coffee if it's in the morning time or something like that. No sugar, no cream, nothing like that, because I don't want to add Gloisop to my coffee. Maybe you can add some milk in there. That's actually okay. But anyways, we're just asking for basic caloric, life-sustaining fuel. It's really not that deep. So instead of typing something on your phone or what have you, or thinking that something is important, well, just know that you're wrong. I need a sandwich. And I need that sandwich to be served with some sort of zen-like tranquility that only silence can provide. So make it in silence, please. So yeah, just assemble that sandwich and be quiet. I also like sourdough bread, by the way, even better if you make it at home.
Well, to disregard everything he's saying and start yapping because I'm a void. And I don't know how to listen to men because I haven't been beaten correctly here. I can make that sandwich in silence if he wishes. Not right now, for obvious reasons, because I must yap for male attention. But I can make the sandwich in silence. I just need a little bit of music, right? Let me put my earbuds in. I can dance around in the kitchen, and in the spring summer dress, and make the sandwich just for you in 5 minutes. It's really not that hard. A duality of man. Sourdough is terrible. Yummy sourdough. Except you hate dresses. Shh, we don't mention that, okay? We don't mention that. I'm trying to be a pick-me right now. Come on, stop.
You make this sandwich in silence, you would be a lot happier because you don't have to worry about anything else. And I would also be a lot less hungrier. So get to it. Snap, snap. Now, reason number 2 on why women just need to be quiet is because the internet is rotting their brains. Listen, I've seen some women's For You feeds. It is not just a hobby for them or something that they're just scrolling to look at stuff, whatever they're doing. It's a form of lobotomy when you actually think about it. You are sitting there with your thumbs clicking away, consuming content that is literally designed by a bunch of third worlders who are trying to just get Elon bucks by trying to get a Twitter post to go viral, and it's not even theirs. They're just making up a rage bait comment section or something like that, and you're falling for it. You should read a book and be quiet and make me a sandwich instead. Essentially, every single time you retweet something or you put a hashtag or you just post anything in general, I can hear the sound of your frontal lobe dying.
I feel like I'm being ousted right there, right? The sandwich thing, I'm down for, right? I'm down for that. That's easy, right? It takes like 5 minutes or less to make a sandwich. I can do that quiet in silence, no big deal. But I can definitely, feel my frontal lobe shrinking. I'm not even joking. I have noticed how much I've become dumbed down throughout the years. And I keep on talking about it, but I never do anything to actually solve it. I just become dumber with each passing day. Because I am a void. And it sucks. It actually sucks. I can feel my own mental health, with the whole therapy speak going on here. I can feel that deteriorating too. And it's gotten to the point, not to get a little bit too deep here, but I've always been way into in my mind. I've always been a huge daydreamer. So and I'm not very I'm not very loud or talkative in real life. I usually just kind of keep to myself. So I'm always in my mind imagining how past scenarios could have been different and future scenarios and how they could be, and never really living in the present too much. But the only time I can silence the voices is basically distracting myself by reading a book or playing a video game or scrolling online. And I've noticed that I've been doing that a lot more recently. It is great. It's not helping me, but it's fine. um, No explanation required, sweet summer child. Yeah. Yeah. It's great. However, to defend myself, let me show you my feed. Hopefully there's no N-words here. Let me get a nice refresh here. So, I'll at least I don't think I have any in spam accounts. Let's see. Top 5 posts of all time at this point. The seeth induces generational. How your girlfriend looks at you when you try to block the guy who raped her in 2019. Oh, this post has been fucking great. A little bit too much. It's been on my timeline a bit too much. The Carmelo Anthony jury is now seated. It's all white jury. Hey, wait, really? Is that true? Hold on, wait a second. I know it's supposed to be my For You page. We're not doing man versus bear again. Fuck off. Is it true? Oh. Oh, what is this? What is this breaking news in my React Slappa? Oh. That's awesome. Okay, this is fucking great. Now I'm worried about white guilt. Myself, but this is better than having an NWA in there. Potential jurors also said they couldn't imagine putting a brother in jail. Society when you face the reality that racial bias solidarity is widespread into our juries. Yeah, unfortunately that's true. Okay. Okay. Well, you know what? Maybe we'll say this for after the React Slappa. Here. Sorry. This is my For You page. But yeah. No surprise there. I'm worried. If anything, I'm more worried about N-words being propped up here. So do I have the seal of approval from you, chat? Where's the fascist edits? I try to keep my timeline relatively more news centric. Okay, I hate that. Okay, back to the React video. Back to the React video instead of being depressed by my For You page. Women suck.
So please just stop doing that. If you want to have a conversation, you should have one with yourself inside of your brain where you actually form original thoughts. Moving on.
Okay, I know I just unpaused the video, but it's best that I don't stay inside my brain too much. That I go sicko. It's a real problem. I have a real bad problem of yeah, it's not great. It's not great. I don't want to get into it too much, but it's not great.
Now to reason number 3 on why women should just be quiet is because they should be making children.
True.
You have to look at the stats of this country. They are pretty gruesome. They're kind of the stats that's like, we're not going to have a country if this continues. But anyways, keep telling me about your career and keep talking. Actually, don't do that. Please don't. And also how you just adopted another cat or another dog, and it's your fur baby, and it's literally a human. It is my baby. Look at my fur baby. Look at my fur baby. This is just like a human. This is my fucking fur baby. I don't know why millennials came up with the whole entire fur baby thing, but it really needs to stop. Your rescue cat or your rescue dog is not a baby. It's not a human. Please stop calling it that. Please stop coping. Actually make a real human instead. You free.
See, this guy Jimmy Talks doesn't understand is that making real humans sucks and it damages the environment. Because who cares about China and India producing 80% of the pollution? By having more kids means more people to create more pollution in the future. And to save the environment, we need to stop having kids. That's actual propaganda that's shoved down our throats for a very long time. Not to mention, if we have kids, that means actual white Americans will be taking jobs. And that's racist because we should be giving our country up to foreigners so they can have a better life instead by taking our jobs as well. So therefore, having fur babies is better because you can get happiness from a pet that loves you unconditionally with only like a 6-month period of potty training versus a human you have to deal with 18 years of your life, and that sucks. So I think I'm gonna stay with the fur baby instead. That's a joke. If for those who didn't get it, that's a joke.
Freak. If I hear a woman say that she prioritizes her career over being a mother, she should know that she is going to enjoy a cat in a
Every
cubicle for
time.
the next 50 years, and she's probably going to regret it. 99% chance that she does, actually. And women who say they prefer their career over having a family, they are just coping. They all want to be stay-at-home moms, despite what they say. When they actually get to do it, they love it. And before you start arguing in the comments section, please listen to the video all the way through. Don't interrupt me through the screen. Try not to interrupt me. I know you guys are great at doing that, but don't.
How many times have I paused in this video so far? Yep. And we're only 3 minutes and 44 seconds in. I'm gonna keep on interrupting you some more. Why? Because I have a vagina.
Do that, because I'm not going to listen. I'm going to keep talking. So just stop interrupting me.
You don't know me and I wouldn't have done it. And if
I don't know you, then
please stop interrupting me.
Making as much money as he can, and I know that's not always possible for a lot of dudes, or they're just not going to do it, and that's just a harsh reality. But I'll be damned if another man is telling my wife where to be and at what time and in what uniform, because that's essentially what a job does for a woman. Now, moving on to...
I mean, actually true. Obviously, this is a whole little comedic bit here, but to ruin the bit, there's literally no logical reason for a woman should be in the workforce. Like, a lot of the jobs that they have been created are just daycare that make them stop having kids. They're email jobs. They're very easy. You can do at home. And if they are essential, they should be going to men, because men making more money leads to higher birth rates. When women make more money, it makes the lower birth rates there. And then you're sending them to the daycare, and then when you actually have the kids, you're sending your kids to actual real daycare, having a different strange woman raise your kids instead of your own wife. And then meanwhile, she's at her job and being hit on by the men there, and you're at your job being hit on by the woman there. And so you spend more time with the opposite sex, but that's not actually your wife or your husband. And so then it leads to a lot more cheating. And so you're not actually spending time with your wife, you're not actually spending time with your kids. It doesn't make any logical sense. But that's the whole point, because the whole point is to destroy the family, to get women in Jew daycare, and to ruin the birth rates. Hence why they're forced into it.
Reason number 4 on why women should be quiet is the reality of being able to survive in a harsh environment. Basically what I'm saying, if all the lights went off and the grocery stores shut down, some insane dudes out there would turn into SpongeBob when he was a caveman and he had a little loincloth on, and they would grab a spear and start hunting women for sport. So, women, you cannot lecture us and say, I'm not making you a sandwich and I want to work a job. You can't actually say that, because when everything starts to hit the fan, proverbially speaking, you are going to need to rely on the men to keep things together, like guard the perimeter, or maybe weld some pipes back together, or put up the electricity in your house again. Because the statistics show that men actually choose jobs that have to do with the infrastructure. They overwhelmingly support and create the infrastructure. They also work high-stress jobs. They work in all the first responder fields, majority in the military, high-stress financial fields, and all of that other stuff, while women try to choose jobs that are low stress. Of course, not all of them, but the vast majority of them do. It is jobs like HR or like social media marketing, or something like that. It doesn't really matter. Most women's jobs are just daycare.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Jew daycare. That's what I brought up there. Because I steal all my points from men because I'm a woman. But 100% true. If everything went to shit, like I see also some feminist scenarios, right? Where they're, oh, if all men disappeared from the world, the world would be so much better. No, the world it goes instantly to shit, even if it's only for one day. Like, the only essential job that women do is like nursing, and even then, men can be nurses too. I know we got this whole society stereotype that like women go into nursing roles, but they only go into nursing roles because it's a caretaker job, because they're using their empathy and their emotions to take care of somebody else that's not their child. And even then, it turns them into massive sluts. Where all these cheating scenarios happening once again, usually become a bit overweight, covered in tattoos, and there's lots of drama there. It's not worth it. Men can do that job as well. Because like he said, they're also first responders. It's just there's no logical sense to have them in the workplace, and when they are such the weaker sex. Seriously, if you're white, go rape a white woman. It'll make everything bit better here.
because they're not making children and they're also not making sandwiches. All right, moving on to the final reason.
Oh yeah, another thing I just remembered. I just to interrupt him for a 50th time. Is I think it was one of the Scandinavian countries. I think it was Sweden. I'm pretty sure it's Sweden, 'cause that's where a lot of these studies happen. But years ago now, I'm pretty sure once again Sweden, did a study trying to basically uh uh lessen the divide of the workforce, right? Because women go into like the Jew daycare, men go into hard manual labor jobs, and so they're trying to like artificially change it, and they found out that no, women really do just naturally go into these low stress jobs, no matter what they do, and men will always go for the harder physical labor jobs, and it's just like fuck. Maybe there are gender norms for a reason. I think it was Denmark, same difference. Ah, okay. Well, it was one of the countries there. You know. Ayo, hold on, wait a second. Hello, my name is George Floyd. Saint Floyd of the Fent, may he rest in peace. We all know he worked a hard manual labor job of selling drugs and doing them until he died from of resisting the pigs. Oh, how we will miss him forever. I'm so sad.
On why women need to be quiet is because a lot of you believe in astrology. I have heard women actually say the reason why somebody is acting crazy or even why they are acting crazy is because they're a Gemini and Mercury is actually in retrograde right now. I'm so sorry, a woman might say to her boyfriend, that I had to go through your phone and check every single message and go through your car and try to find a strand of hair, or even get mad at you because your coworker, who's a 70-year-old woman, is texting you asking you a question about a work project. Sorry all that happened and I started a 3-hour-long argument. It's just because Mercury is actually in retrograde. Sorry, I ran over your dog while I was driving, or I scraped the tires on the curb. It's actually because I'm a Gemini. Oh, I'm so sorry that I crashed out on you because you asked me what are you doing later. It's because I'm a Leo with a rising Taurus issue. That doesn't matter. You're a person who needs to learn how to be an adult and be quiet and make me a sandwich. Every time I hear a woman try to explain their bad life choices through the lens of astrology, I realize, and I'm reminded time and time again, that we're actually living in clown world. Can we bring that meme back? I haven't heard anyone say clown world since like 2018. But anyways,
Same.
So, yeah, anyways, for most women, stop what you're doing, take a deep breath, be quiet. I know it's very hard, and stop blaming everything on the stars and some rocks that are in space. All right, guys, that's.
But astrology is fun though. I totally didn't get into astrology when I was younger because I was interested in it because it sounds cool to find your personality type based off the stars and the moon and the sun. No, and I would never do such a thing. Whatsoever. Astrology is racism for women. I would agree with it if they actually utilized it, but maybe I'm not in the right Floyd circles where they actually do, like, judge other women based off of what star sign they are. Like, they use it for fun, and then there are some serious ones out there that do use it as a legit excuse for various things. But like, I don't ever really, in my little dabbling time period, I don't think I ever got around to them actually being like, "Oh, I hate this person because they're a Scorpio."
That's all for me today. Just a quick video on, just a reminder on why women need to be quiet. If you're a woman and you're subscribed to me and you like my videos, shout out to you. You're actually probably pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. I have some women followers on X. Some of them are mothers. We absolutely love them. They're doing great things. They're probably quiet. They have kids and they probably make sandwiches. Shout out to them. We love it. We absolutely love them. But for the rest of them who are angry and they always want to argue about something,
See, those women are just pick-me's. They are going against the cabal of other women, and so therefore they're traitors. and they need to be destroyed. So I'm gonna call them a whore, even though I have a body count of 100 myself. I'm gonna call them, you know, disgusting, even though I'm covered in tattoos. I'm gonna call them a pick-me, even though they're married with kids and I'm still on my 50th situationship. Because how dare they actually have their life in order and I do not.
Something, please stay away from me and go somewhere else. Maybe go in the woods by yourself and tell me how you don't need a man anymore before a bear eats you. All right, guys, that's all from me today.
Or
God bless you
a
and your
snow
families. I
leopard.
mean that when I say that. America first and America only. Jimmy talks out.
This guy seems pretty cool.
Somewhere else.
I didn't know his channel existed before, but this is pretty cool. Jimmy talks, women listen. But did I listen, chat? Did I listen? I don't know. I don't know. I think I did a good job. Hee hee, I'm just a girl. Still yapping, so no. Fuck! You know, I still have an hour left of yapping, so maybe I should have saved this for the end of the stream. Quick, what was point number 2? Bake babies? I know the first one was make a sandwich. And another one was make babies. Another one was not go to get a job. And the other one was what was the last one actually? Astrology. Okay, yeah. So what oh, social media. Fuck. God damn it, I didn't get the social media one, but of course I did it because I'm too brain rotted for social media myself here. Yes, get a woman to be quiet. Mission impossible. I mean, okay, all jokes aside, women cannot actually be quiet because biologically, they have to be talkative. They are the ones that are supposed to be raising the kids, after all, right? They're always by the baby's side. And so they have to talk to the baby, which helps make them understand language, facial, reactions, you know, basically, body language in itself, too. Like, they're constantly talking to the baby to soothe it, and teach them the first words, and so forth, right? They always were the ones raising the kids. Even though they were technically in the workforce, aka working on the farm and sewing, and washing clothes and making soap. That's what they mean when women always worked, by the way. It was the manual labor that a lot of it's been taken over by technology for. Because men were trying to make women's lives easier. They needed to talk so babies could understand them and then grow up to be functioning humans. That's why women like the yap so much, as a biological incentive. Then on top of that, they like the drama and the cliques, because it keeps them safe, because they have an anger preference, no matter how anti-racist they might possibly be, because it keeps them safe and away from predators when they're working as a group than when they're solo. And so that's why they need lots of friends, usually other female friends that are not going to, you know, put them in danger. So that's why they yap so much, like, seriously. And then it's great for now the terminally online as well. So when they're not having kids and are not in the workforce, they can entertain strange men on the internet instead. So you should be happy, right? You should be grateful, bigots, you sexist pig, that women don't shut up, because I'm providing you with entertainment. Just ignore the fact that there's other, you know, another 100,000 voids out there also providing entertainment in various different ways. But I'm providing you specifically with it, so be grateful. Women collect information like they do berries. True. Speaking of information, here is the link to the video in chat. Make sure you give it a like. You know, make a comment here. You know, help support him. It was a good little funny joke video that the Floyd took too seriously, like she does everything else. Did she just stick out her tongue? Yes, I did. Are you gonna stop me? Are you going to shove my tongue back in my mouth? That's awfully sexist and patriarchal of you, wolf business. Don't you not like my tongue being stuck out like this? Mods, ban him. Quick, get the barbecue tongs. No! I like my tongue. I need my tongue to talk and taste food and exist. Here, can I ban them all? I'm not gonna answer that. There. There was a comment that I saw in chat just a second ago that looked interesting. Where was it at? Ah, yeah, but kind of, I saw this, and it kind of lines up what I was saying just like 2 seconds ago. Women stopped having kids, now they have no one to yap constantly with. That is actually true. Like, I keep on saying, but like, I know part of it, a large part of it, if I were to psychoanalyze myself, right, the armchair psychology that happens here, because I skipped my astrology phase. You know, I've evolved from it. I've go to armchair psychology instead. I know a lot of it's because I was raised as an only child. But like, yeah, just I'm very quiet IRL. I get very much lost in my mind too much. It does make me go a bit schizo. So streaming is nice. So I can just sit here and yap and talk to you guys, even if you are just voices in my mind. But like when I am quiet IRL and just minding my own business, the amount of time, like almost every single day, I think to myself of like stories I could tell on stream and like how I would go about, or like if something happens, I'm like, oh, I could tell the story on stream and like how it would go about, you know? But that kind of deal. Cause now you are, now you're the voices in my head. You're who I'm talking to instead. Just words on a screen. Yes, not real people. Just my imaginary friends. Oh no, we're literally our voices in her head telling her what to do. Actually, kind of yes, right? Because like I can tell myself your personalities a lot based off like how you chat. Because how people write does reflect their personalities quite well. But like at the end of the day, like I don't actually like know you guys personally. Over time, I do get to know your life stories a bit more here and there. We get a little bit socialist in here. We get a little bit parasocialist. After all, I'm the biggest socialist of them all. But still just the words on the screen. I thank you, No Robos, for the 1,000 warp tokens. Thank you. Dan goes into interesting details on police hiring. Started at oh, hello there, my phone. Apparently, you're not charging. I kind of need you to charge if I'm going to be having my VTuber model on. Thank you very much. Okay, let me try that again. Sorry, No Robos. Dan goes into interesting details on police hiring starting at 30 minutes and the beginning of the end of multiculturalism on the Lotus Eaters channel. Well, I know that they are anti-white. Like, they're trying to hire more minorities, and they're trying to more specifically hire more women. For the police force. I know they have really strong DI training as well. So I know bits and pieces there, but that does sound pretty informative. Yeah, Dan kind of condemned the whole force. Understandable. It's worse than that. Okay, now you piqued my interest. Now you piqued my interest here. Give me 1 second. Oh, 15 hours ago. It's a brand new video. Holy shit, that is a very long video. Okay. We'll probably watch a few minutes of this because I'm curious, but not the whole entire thing. 31 minutes, you said? That's close enough. Close enough for government work. There we go.
The police officers. And one guy I'm thinking of, he started off in Sussex Police, but he did actually move over to this Hampshire Isle of Wight. this anecdote just completely nails how bad the police are. Okay, so he was going for not exactly a promotion. He was going for a specialist team within Hampshire Constabulary, and it was a specialist role, and so you had to kind of do these 3 exams, and that was their way of vetting candidates. 2 of the first 2 exams were competency for the job. The 3rd exam was diversity, equity, inclusion.
Of course.
And I was chatting to this guy before he took these exams, when he told me he was going for the job. And he told me that what he was going to do was he was not going to revise for the first 2 exams. He was only going to revise for a 3rd one. And I was like, that doesn't seem like a good idea. And he was like, no, trust me, I know the police. I know how the police actually work. You don't. And I said, yeah. And I was arguing with him at the time. I was saying, surely you should do something for them. And he's like, no, in fact, if anything, I'm going to deliberately screw them up. And that's what he did. He went into these exams. He deliberately flunked the first 2 of these exams. And the 3rd one, which he'd actually prepared for, he nailed it. So the results come back. 12 candidates had gone for this specialised role. He scored 12 out of 12 for the first 2 exams and 1st out of 12 for the 3rd exam, diversity, equity, inclusion. Who do you think they gave the job to?
Some minority.
No, they gave it to him.
Right, okay.
I don't believe there were actually any minorities.
Well, it's Hampshire, so probably
yeah.
not, yeah.
So clearly the word has come down in Hampshire police and probably all police forces, that you always hire the guy who can demonstrate the highest conviction to diversity, equity, inclusion.
The most ideal.
I was worried that's what he's gonna say. And then he said it. You're right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that was a lot worse than I was expecting. Well, maybe not what I was expecting, because I was worried he was gonna say that, but like still, that's
logically compliant.
Yes. So, and he had deliberately flunked because, the way he described it to me is he was proving a point to himself,
yes,
rather than making any statement, because he didn't know that years later I would end up on a podcast and could relay this. But he was proving a point to himself. This is how the police operate. Now, this was it was a low rank. It was a specialist role, but it was a low rank one. Obviously, all leadership roles in the police are promoted on the same way.
Yes,
they promote solely on the basis of your adherence to diversity, equity, inclusion, and that's probably why all senior police officers look like lesbians, even the male ones.
Yeah, and it's not just the police either. Remember the RAF complaining that
yes,
we only get useless white men. The institutions of Britain are essentially Soviet in the
yes,
way that they recruit from whoever for ideological conformity,
yes,
rather than competency. I mean, this like, in the Soviet Union, again, going back to Chernobyl as the sort of representation of this is why you have like teachers and, bin men and whatever being party apparatchiks, because they are prepared to adhere to the party ideology in the face of reality, and that's what they
and that is exactly what the police are. So
see, hearing these stories, right, which I already kind of knew this, but having the story being told kind of like reaffirms it and verifies it to me. All right, but there are people out there, a Swede in particular, no offense to the Swede, but still, there are people out there that legitimately believe that woke is dead or dying, that DEI is going out the window. It's not. I mean, to me, it's already blatantly obvious that it's not. Because like for example, I talked about it briefly with the new God of War game that's coming out, with the chick, the ugly ass chick, a good example of that not happening, right? Or like Dustborn, Mixtape, Concord. Those are all games. We're staying kind of video game area, but still, you can maybe make the argument, oh, they've been in development for many years and it's during peak woke days, but they're still being released and they're still being worked on, right? Then the same thing with like TV shows, like The Boys just had that disastrous finale. That's been like, okay, that's a TV show, right? They can adapt and change at any time, right? That script has only been worked on for like a year, maybe 2 at best. It is 2026. Come on here, right? So it's very much within like our culture. And then if you go to even beyond entertainment section of things, like one story that I keep on bring up because nobody else brings it up is that earlier this year, back in like January or February, a white woman was fired from working at Southwest Airlines. For those who are not American, Southwest Airlines is one of like the top airlines that we have here. Um, and she was fired for making social media posts supporting Trump and ICE. This was during kind of around the same time of Renee Good and Alex Preddy being shot by the ICE officers for well getting in their way, disrupting the law. Uh, and she was publicly coming out in support of them. And she found the leftists found her, made a huge mob, and left. Southwest Airlines fired her. That's less DEI, but it's still within kind of the woke agenda here. And then obviously there's Bridge, which the whole entire point of Bridge is to obfuscate DEI language and change it in a way so they can actually still have these officers and policies in place to promote DEI within the workforce, and there are hundreds of companies working within the Bridge initiative as well. When it's added up all together, DEI is not going away. Woke is not going away. And then you have it now within the government institutions as well. Even if Trump does make executive orders, there's a Bridge trying to undermine it, but that's within America, and Britain, it's still very clear as day that it's involved, and the police force is literally built upon it, where they're hiring based off DEI policies, and who can actually adhere to it versus actually, who's competent for the job. I can guarantee the same thing's happening in America, especially in at least the bigger cities like New York City, St. Louis, Chicago, and California as a whole. It happens there. So like it's not dying. It's not out the window. It's just hiding behind the curtain a little bit better now. So, and it's important to keep that in mind. Not sure how much more we'll listen to this clip because it's very long, but we'll probably listen to a few more minutes to see how it goes.
My point is, the police cannot be reformed. The entire senior leadership cadre is there purely because of its adherence to diversity, equity, inclusion, okay, and all of that stuff. So it's not like a new government can come in and just make a few reforms. The entire police apparatus, at least everybody above the rank of sergeant needs to go, and probably a large minority of those below the rank of sergeant as well.
Well, yeah, because they've been hired on false pretenses for the DI initiatives, whether because they're actual minority or they're able to adhere to the policy as best as possible, like his friend with that anecdote there. So yeah, the whole entire system needs to be completely rewiped and replaced. But at the risk of pissing off Chad again, we still need a police force. We just need an actual proper, functioning, correct police force. Where there's a small bit of corruption, because there's going to be corruption in every single government system, no matter what. We just need to actually get rid of the current one.
Need to start again with the police because they are purely an ideological paramilitary wing of the Guardian newspaper. They are not a police force. They're completely different to the police force that, say, my father served in, or any retired officer.
And the constant the memes that are made, the doe-eyed white girl and the cruel-eyed Muslim woman standing at the door saying, "Oh, you said a racism online or something." Yes. That's what the police are now.
I had to break that meme out recently because that guy that we just saw, Henry's father, because people are saying, okay, the video does look bad, but they were confused. Well, as we clearly demonstrated, there was enough in there for them not to be confused.
I don't accept it, yeah.
But even if we were going to accept that line of argument, afterwards they took Henry's phone and they searched it for racism, and then when they went to inform Henry's father that his son had just been killed, it was also, oh, and by the way, we're taking your phone to search for racism.
What?
The clear implication being that if...
Okay, I did not know that. What the fuck? If Sargon's face is arguably perfect, I'd be a little bit more angry, but you can tell he's so fucking annoyed here. Like, are you fucking serious? They care way more about racism than the guy who just fucking died in their hands. Which, I mean, I knew that already, but just, add salt into the wound. The wound. Ugh, there we go. Not the womb. The wound. English is hard.
they had found any sort of hereditary racism in this family, then it would have been a good kill.
It would have been exculpatory.
Yes.
This is exactly. It would have been a good kill. It wouldn't have been a problem. And this problem is persistent throughout all of the police forces, and it forces the police forces to be the protectors of minorities and minority ideology and religion. So we've got an example from yesterday where.
Okay, I think we're gonna end this here. We've got a few minutes in it. Thank you, No Robos, for the timestamp. That was informative. Did learn a little bit more about the British police force, as well as apparently the Henry Nowak case, because I know there's a bunch of different details to it. I'm not gonna pretend that I know every single thing about it, like the fact they have searched his dad's phone too. But if you want to watch the whole entire video, right, hour and 20 minutes long. We only watched like 4 minutes of this, just because of the timestamp. Then yeah, go check it out, because even though I was, upset with Sagaroni a little bit earlier in this stream, I'm still his top guy. He still does good work, and him, the Lotus Eaters, and Dan are good people. So you gotta appreciate it. Yeah, this is why we hate the police. I know. I don't want to get into this again. I don't want to get this in. Okay, how about this? I guess I'll make my last statement about the police tonight, okay? I don't like the modern police. It needs both in America, but mainly in Britain. And also, when in America, it depends on where in America, too. New York City's gonna be different than some small town in Iowa, right? But regardless, the police needs to be completely dismantled from the inside, from a top down, basically. But then it needs to be rebuilt again using actual pro-white, pro-whatever country it's in this case Britain or America, pro-principles that actually benefits them. Gets rid of minorities and DI, and actually focuses on the rule of law and actually bringing justice instead of, knee on the neck craziness, or racism claims. Like, the police is a good force. You do need some sort of force to have the rule of law. You can't just let vigilantism run rampant. There's a time and place for it. I can't exactly go into details with that because of YouTube. But in general, vigilantism can be run amok because it turned into like the French Revolution kind of style. So actually having a rule of law system to actually fulfill that is necessary. The problem is when the government in itself has come corrupt beyond repair, and filled with people who hate the country and hate their people, which is what we're facing right now. Or like Sargon said, the Soviet-esque policies there, where even the lowest level dredges of like bin collectors and teachers have to adhere to the party policy to basically protect it and fuck the actual people that the country's supposed to be serving. The police are basically no different there, and they need to be highly vet them, not through DEI initiatives. The police is still a good thing on paper. It's just in practice in the current modern world, they're a problem. Does that make logical sense? Does that make logical sense, chat? Okay? 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 Are we good? Are we good there? Are we good with my positioning? Was I able to explain it succinctly and effectively enough this time around? For my opinions on the police? Okay? Okay, carry on. There. Thank you. Where's it at? Discritty. I feel like I've said your name like 5 different ways this stream. So my apologies about that, I'm retarded. But regardless, thank you for the $5 reduce. It's clear that the Swede has been lacking with Maul's corrective discipline. Well, he was in Germany for a week. So, I guess, blame that, I guess. You yell at him, not me. No, I'll take the $5 for the yelling process, though. Okay, and I know I was going to say this probably for Floundering Friday. But I still might save it for Floundering Friday, depending how long the video is of the Japanese man. Wherever the Japanese video is. Where is it? I know it's in stream suggestions. Did I put in my react video thingy? I have a whole entire thing. 8 jimmies right here. I found it. How long is it? 5 minutes. Oh, that's not very long at all. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and watch this. We have time tonight. We have time. I was paid some shekels to watch this video too. Though please tell me. Oh my god. It is crunchy. Those pixels are very, very crunchy here. Japanese revolutionary fascist Koichi Toyama runs for Tokyo governor. How old is this? 17 years ago? This is a political broadcast that all candidates, no matter how ridiculous, are allowed to have. If you think about it, it really shows how free of a country Japan is. What's the rest of it? Well, when he's not working to destroy nations, he's a musician working for chips on the side of the street. Interesting, chat. I wonder if he's actually trying to destroy his nation or not. I'm curious. I'm kind of curious here. This dude's in jail now? Are you trying to get me in YouTube jail? Hold on.
東京都知事候補無所属富山光一36歳
Oh, am I gonna have to read it out loud? Okay, I'm gonna turn down the volume here so I can speak over it.
東京都知事候補
Maybe a little bit more-ish, possibly? That way you kind of still have the audio of it, but I have to talk over anyway. Governor of Tokyo candidate.
無所属
Independent candidate Toyo Kochi, age 36.
反管理教育運動を
Starting as an anti-administrative education activist, then becoming an anti-establishment extreme left-wing activist. In this day and age, he was in prison 2 years for political crimes.
現在に至るも反体制
He's an anti-establishment intellectual.
では続いて
The following is Mr. Toyo Kochi's political
政見
broadcast.
放送です
Awkward silence. Did you get the cue that he's alive on air? To all the voters, I am Toyama Kochi. Gentlemen, this nation is horrible. Okay? I have no interest whatsoever in political reform or any kind of reform. Nothing will be solved by reforming or changing anything. We are no longer in such an optimistic state. We must abandon this successful nation. This nation must be destroyed. Okay, never mind. Maybe he is actually trying to destroy the nation. Seeing that he's actively calling for that to happen. English VAs. I'm sorry. I'm such a horrible VA for him. Though he's definitely very much Japanese. Obviously I'm talking over him, and obviously it is in Japanese. But to take the Japanese actual real IRL Japanese man out of this, and I put this with some anime in the background, and I'd be like, okay, I can see this becoming an anime almost. I do not have a single constructive proposal. The only thing we must do now is scrap and scrap. And annihilate everything that exists. Jesus Christ. Gentlemen, I despise each and every one of you. This is such an inspirational speech. Holy shit. I would vote for him. IRL schizoposting, yeah. Okay, so this video was from 17 years ago when it was uploaded on YouTube. I don't know how old the video actually is myself, right? But definitely the pixels are quite crunchy. And usually political speeches are supposed to be inspiring of some sort. You can be a bit negative in them, but you have to be very careful with how you're using that negativity and juxtapose it with some positivity to inspire change within people. Because that's how you actually get them motivated, not with endless black pills and dooming. And so he's spending the first couple minutes of this just being like, I hate you and I want everything to die and burn in hell! Rah! How many people voted for him? Probably the most honest person running for political office ever. I mean, technically true, right? Like, the only way to actually change a lot, especially in the modern age, is to actually burn it from the ground and then rebuild it from there up. But I don't know what the state of Japan was 17 years ago because I was a tiny child. I do know that we were in peak like anime years around like 2006. So it can't have been that bad, right? Other than women in the workforce. Right? Right? The people who have been supported as a worthless nation, the system is you. Okay?
らない国をそのシステムを支えてきたのは諸君に他ならないからだ。正確に言えば
To be precise,
諸君の中の
the majority of people who are watching this are my sworn enemies.
私は
I'm calling upon the minority people of you people.
少数派の諸
To
君
the people of the minority,
今こそ団
you
結
must rise and unite up
立ち上がらなけれ
immediately.
ばならない。奴ら多数派は
Majority of the
やりたい放題だ。
people do what they want to us, but now finally a world where the minority will not be easily oppressed is being constructed. Yeah, I don't think he won 17 years later. I'm just saying, I know hindsight's 2020, but I have a feeling he didn't win. Also, I need to drink water. My apologies. Well, it's during the 08 financial stuff. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I imagine it affected Japan pretty severely because it was a major financial crash. If this video was actually made in around 08 roughly, or around 2009, and not just posted on YouTube around that time period.
作られようとしている。少数派の諸君
To the people of the minority,
選挙で何
if
か
you
が変
think
わ
you
ると
can
思っ
change
たら
something by
お間違
voting,
い
you're
だ。
completely wrong. Disavow. We must always vote our way out of things, peacefully and patriotically, as Trump said. We gotta vote our way out of things for YouTube, and only YouTube, whatever. Like yeah. Anyway, you can disavow. I wonder why this guy got arrested. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I can't totally put my finger on as to why.
所詮選挙なんか
An election is simply a festival for the majority.
我々少数派
There
に
is
とって
nothing as idiotic as an election to us minority people.
多数決で決めれば
If you choose by the minority vote, of course the majority wins.
じゃあどうして立候補してんのか
You can probably wonder why I'm on the election
こ
then,
の話は
because the story will be long.
長くなるから掲示板のポスター
Please
を
look
見て
at my posters and political bulletins.
ポスターは2種類
There
あ
are
る
two
から
types of posters,
ど
so
ち
be
ら
sure
も
to
見
read
逃
both.
さないように私は
I can no longer tolerate the oppression of this nation's
少
minority.
数派に対する迫害にもう我慢ならない少数派の諸君
The people of the minority,
多数派を説
there's
得
no
す
way
る
we
ことな
can
どできな
persuade
い
the majority.
奴ら多数派は
The people of the majority will not under any circumstance listen to our voices. Okay, not to be a little bit of a libtard right here, but like technically, actually, would it even be a libtard? My argument here, because like technically, it's the majority rule, right? They are the vast, well, for lack of a better word, off the top of my head, majority of people. They are like let's say 90% of the populace. You should do what the majority wants because they are the vast swaths of the populace. The minority doesn't really matter as much because they're so small, and we don't need a tiny area of the minority over the majority because that makes the vast majority of people suffer. I need a better word of the majority here. Where's the thesaurus.com out? There. Technically, and in fact, that's kind of the problem with liberalism. Actually, is the fact that we do allow the minority to have such a big voice, to the point where it's been subverted by DI policies by saying, "Oh, these poor minorities, these blacks, oh no, slavery." you know, there's no representation for them. Oh, women being oppressed, even though 50% of the population. Blah, 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 blah. Like, it's kind of a dangerous thing. I know technically he's arguing from the sense the majority has been, um, you know, brainwashed by the government, by the institutions, and it's only the minorities actually woken up and realized how bad things are. I know that's technically his argument, but I don't think I don't think it's the right argument to make personally if you're trying to focus more on minority versus majority. I think there are better rhetoric to use here. Voting will always end up with minority rule. Yeah, which is usually the elites or the tiny hats, depending on what terms you prefer to use. A fucked up nation like this, with majority rules, has no other option but to be destroyed. No matter how much reform is done, there is no hope. Every single one of the political reforms being proposed presently are all reforms for the majority of the people. We, the minority, obviously will not support or anticipate the results of any of these reforms. We, the minority, no longer ask anything from such a nation. Well then, okay, listen, I'm not trying to like counter-single him too much here, but technically by using his logic, like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, who cares what the minority thinks? Like, if it's not for your benefit here, and you are such a small part of the population, who actually cares what you think and what you need if it actually benefits the majority once again? So, like, I just... I can't exactly support him. Like, too much. Like, I get what he's trying to say, but it's not it, Chief. Also, I kind of want to know what the reforms are that actually support the majority of people. Because if this is during the '08 crash, right, that's not actually a bad thing. But the problem is, like, if it's actually making the nation better, that's a good thing. I have little faith that it actually was, but his argument is that it is benefiting the majority. So that would be a good thing then. So, you know, like, yeah. Just... he sounds a little bit schizo. We, the minority, have only one option left. To obliterate this nation. Disavow. To be completely honest. The only path we have is to overthrow the government! Sorry, I saw the caps, so I was like, okay, I'll shout what he has to say. There was like, wait, hold on, wait a second. Maybe I should, as I was finishing shouting out the sentence, I was like, wait! The only path we have is to overthrow the government! Please don't clip that. I can hear the CIA already. Me too, me too. For YouTube and the FBI, it's a joke. Ow, no, I need more water. I'm sorry. My voice, not my voice, my throat hurts a little bit. I speak to the people of the minority. Let us use my broadcast as an opportunity to further our ferocious, terrifying plans of overthrowing the government. Why did this guy get arrested again? There is information on how to contact me on the posters. I do not care if you contact me before or after the elections. Please give me a phone call. Of course, I do not care if you're underage and not have yet voting rights. Okay, sus? Are we watching a video of a fascist, a narco-fascist Japanese groomer? Because this went from funny to, oh shit. What if this is a honeypot? Yeah, this kind of feels a little bit of a honeypot, but like it's like I can totally imagine like old 4chan doing this. Like there's somebody terminally online and radical enough that would actually go this far. I could see this actually being legit here. Stalking a mall, he was arrested for stalking, which is actually bullshit. He didn't stalk anyone. He says that he's okay with talking to people who are underage. So, obviously I would need more details on the case of the stalking, but, I'm gonna be a little bit concerned here. Just a little bit. Or if you have to live outside the city of Tokyo. Election have never had anything to do with this minority. I have one thing to state just in case. If I get elected, they will be terrified. I myself will be terrified. Give Toyo Kochi... Hold on. What was it? Went too fast. Give Toyo Kochi one spiteful, malicious vote. Give Toyo Kochi one desperate vote. If not, then don't go vote. Nothing will be changed with the elections anyways. You're not really inspiring people to vote for you if you're saying elections don't matter. And look at those fucking crazy eyes. Like you can kind of it's hard to tell with how crunchy the pixels are, but he's just like, oh, old man yells at clouds. Is he flipping people off? Oh my god, he's flipping them off too. That little like neck crack thing going side to side is like reminds me of Troons and the Noose. He really, he actually might murder somebody here. That was independent candidate Toyo Kochi's political broadcast. You know what, chat? I would vote for him. He sounds like my kind of guy. Fuck it, we both. Oh my god, that was beautiful. That was absolutely fucking beautiful here. Whew. Okay, I'm sorry, Sleepy, for pushing off this video. This definitely did deserve the jimmies it got in the Discord fair, because that was that Remember, chat, be careful where you fed post. So you also don't get arrested too. Good lesson what not to do, lol. Yeah. Yeah, don't actually do this shit. Yeah. He's kind of awesome. I mean, I'll give him credit, like he's having the balls to do this. But yeah, I have a feeling he didn't win. So pure, so timeless, is one of the best speeches ever written. I did not have a single constructive vote proposal. I got my vote, dude. To be fair, I am a one voter issue. Well, I guess 2 voters. I guess it depends on like where it kind of stands, right? And it's just not kissing that fucking wall, right? So if he didn't kiss the wall, I would vote for him. The other issue is immigration. I'll vote for somebody who kisses the wall if they actually have good policies in immigration and actually go through with it. The problem is, usually when they kiss the wall, they don't, because that's kind of how kissing the wall works, right? So I have a feeling he didn't actually go kiss the wall, and so you know what? I would vote for him. Yeah. Not enough meds were taken. Meds? I don't know about meds, man. Who needs meds? I am perfectly fine and sound. the way I am. I don't need those big pharmaceuticals being shoved down my throat. I am perfectly stable as I am. I'm speaking my truth here, and my truth is fighting against the power. Where I am the minority, and as the minority, I know what's best for the majority because they're retarded. That's why. So meds? Meds? I think not. This is government schizo pills to make you become docile and fall for their propaganda. I don't take my meds here. I can see. Also, I put the to be a little bit more sensible here and actually do take my meds here. I did put the link to the video in the chat if you want to go watch it out. It's a good little fun thing if you actually want to listen to it in proper Japanese instead of having the voice speak over. My meds don't work unless you take yours. Don't you know anything about science? Okay, but Americans really do take too many drugs. Yeah, I 100% agree. Like, I don't actually take medication. I could probably use, like, I need to take pills in the sense of like vitamins and stuff. I'm really bad at actually taking pills in general. Excuse me. I don't mean like actual medication, like probiotics, vitamins, you know, the whole shebang that actually would be healthy. Like, I'll do it for a few weeks and then I just stop. I learned recently, apparently takes about 66 days on average to develop a habit. That is 2 months. Little over 2 months right there. This Floyd does not have it in her to be consistent for 2 weeks. Much less 2 fucking months. So... Jesus Christ. I thank you, Shell Beach, for the $10 reduce. Thank you here. London following my vertical, politics. That video should be going everywhere right now. It should be escapable online. If you watch it, please just listen. Don't pause the comment. I mean, that's listen. Apparently tonight is, pay the retarded Floyd to watch videos night. Which, I mean, hey, I'm not gonna complain. London Falling. Depending how long it is will determine if I actually watch it or not. Here. Vertigo. Is this a music video? No. Yes? Maybe? Yeah? Okay. I mean, he says that I just need to watch it and not pause the comment, but here's the thing, right? Like, how React Sloppa works is that it's supposed to be transformative, right? You're supposed to interrupt the pause and talk over it. That's what makes it transformative, is you're adding your opinion and your commentary to it to basically make it its own video. Now I wouldn't turn this into a video exactly, but technically, if I play the whole video through with it being 8 minutes and 42 seconds long, without pausing it, technically that could actually get the stream in trouble too. More than likely not, because we're so late in this stream. And I highly doubt the person would actually, you know, flag it regardless of the case. But technically, it's a big no-no to do that. If it's like a 30-second clip, not the end of the world, right? Or even a minute, but that's how transformative content works. You're supposed to interrupt and pause and talk frequently. It's actually why I actually dislike React Sloppa, because 99.9% of the time, it is somebody just sitting there going, ha ha ha, oh no, that's retarded. You know, not actually really adding anything to it, which is why my React Sloppa goes on for far too long sometimes, because I am very paranoid about talking over it, to the point where sometimes I actually miss very important bits. In fact, I got rightfully criticized for Monday's stream for watching the Nowak police body cam stuff, because even though it was 2 minutes and 38 seconds long, I was trying to watch the video and commentate over it and trying to figure out and point out the different things within it, instead of actually just like absorbing what was happening there, like watching a guy die in front of me. And that was not exactly the best thing for me to do. But that's, that's the React mentality there. A vertical politics. I used to love watching his content. I've never heard of this guy before until the super chat. It's a re-upload archive channel. Makes sense. Makes sense. Is that naked woman on a horse? Yes. You have problems with naked women and horses? Here? Here. So, anyway, I mean, there's 10 shekels and it's 8 minutes. I'm gonna have problems not pausing this video. I'll be completely honest here. But if we're gonna, I guess we could, like, chat to you, like, 10 shekels, 10 shekels, 10 shekels. Okay. You know what? Give me a second. I'm gonna go pee again real quick, and then we'll watch the video, and then, go from there. Because listen, I'm a cheap whore, right? We can go from there. 1 second. Yo, chat, I'm back. Sorry about that. I was thinking, it's like, man, if I'm gonna go pee, then and all he wants me to do is just listen to the video. I technically could have played the video while I was going to pee, but then I thought to myself, that's what I hate. We're going back to, like, the hating React slop of things. That's exactly the problem. Like, the amount of times that I've seen where streamers are like, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna let the video play while I'm gone, and it's like 5 to 10 minutes later, and it's like, what's wrong with you? That's not how React content works. What's the whole point of playing the video if you're not going to be there to commentate there? Like, even if you're only gone for 2 minutes like me because I'm a quick pisser, it doesn't seem right either. Because the whole point is you're supposed to be there watching the video and commentating. What if you actually miss a good point within those 2 minutes that you can do? I just hate that. I just hate that. There. So, anyways. So... But we'll actually watch the video. Well, he said not to commentate. I will do my best to keep my fluid mouth shut. I couldn't do it for the video where it literally says women should be quiet, but I can do it for this. Don't ask me why. Stop calling me Hassanamite! I'm not the one being investigated by the FBI who went to a brothel and now has a hit piece on me from the New York Post. Or the New York Times. No, New York Post. There, thank you. I'm not his son! I didn't shock my dog. Yet! Well, I could be investigated by the FBI, that's true. Yeah, that's not out of the question. But I'm not gonna shock my dog. Okay. I'm not gonna go to a brothel.
London calling to the faraway towns, now wars declared and battle come down. These apocalyptic lyrics from the Clash's famous punk opus heralded a step change in the ongoing culture war that had dogged Britain since its financial and colonial ruin in 1945, after which its traditional culture went under the knife, while reducing London herself to a multiracial melting pot akin to the Tower of Babel. The city of Chaucer, Shakespeare, and Wren has been symbolically reduced to a KFC feeding termite nest of interethnic tribal rivalry, where an alien like Barbara Roche, former immigration minister under a Labour government, apparently feels more at ease. The excessive Rockman-like profiteering of the Conservative leader of Westminster Council, Dame Shirley Porter, the daughter of Tesco magnate Jack Cohen, led to her temporary flight to...
I know I'm not supposed to pause, but they look like tiny hats. The schnoz in the ears are way too large. I think it's a little bit funny. I had to point that out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The noticing must continue until morale improves.
Israel during an inquiry into her controversial conduct, where, by the way, she later founded the Porter Center for Environmental Studies at Tel Aviv University. But these fire starters are merely the tip of the iceberg. Far greater and long-term damage has been inflicted by a succession of characters like Ken Livingstone, a committed hard-left socialist who encouraged the Brixton branch of the Black Panthers to join the Labour Party in 1968, Boris Johnson, the former mayor of London and now resident of number 10 Downing Street, whose step-grandfather was Zionist Federation President Teddy Seif, and who appointed Priti Patel as Home Secretary, Sajid Javid as Chancellor of the Exchequer, a committed Muslim who was sworn into government office on the Quran, then visited the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem the following year, and of course Sadiq Khan, the intellectually as well as physically diminutive current occupant of Mr. Johnson's former exalted office, who has been linked to Suleiman Ghani, a fundamentalist who openly calls for an Islamic State of Britain. Each and every one of these characters facilitates such wretched spectacles as the calypso-cavorting Afro-Caribbean Carnival in Notting Hill, where rapes, muggings, and drug dealing run rife annually, while throngs of pushy zealots fill Trafalgar Square at Eid to pay homage to a pedophile. These denizens of Western destruction surround themselves with race-hustling acolytes like Bernie Grant, who was a council leader when the 1985 Broadwater farm riot took place, and where Keith Blakelock was hacked to death with a machete. Lee Jasper dished out Greater London Authority grants to his black friends. Diane Abbott, the Shadow Home Secretary, a woman who takes every opportunity to establish legal safe routes to flood the United Kingdom with low IQ welfare dependents who resemble herself, and David Lammy, who attempts to weaponize every failure of his community to enter Oxbridge, shake down compensation for the Grenfell Tower inferno by joining the postmodern Baroness Doreen Lawrence of Clarendon, mother of the long-remembered and much-lamented Sir Stephen, screaming racism at the top of his voice. And since the Blair government's secretive open borders policy between 2000 and 2009, an act revealed in quite intimate detail by his advisor and speechwriter, Andrew Nether, in the London Evening Standard, in which he said London was a magnet for migration, and an act described by Lord Andrew Green of Migration Watch as a conspiracy perpetrated against the people of Britain, the problems have only accelerated. These are the fulfillments of the Clash's hyperbolic prediction. In London, 78% of the city's gang members are of Black or Afro-Caribbean heritage, 7% are Asian, predominantly Pakistani and Indian, and 3% are Arab or Middle Eastern. Even Trevor Phillips, former head of the Equality and Human Rights Commission, admitted that despite the media scrupulously avoiding all mention of the ethnicity of the perpetrators, the overwhelming majority of these committing knife crimes are Somalis, Ethiopians, North and Central Africans, and Afghans. Then there is the Albanian Mafia, which runs the cocaine trade through the port of Rotterdam into Herefordshire Hull, predominantly black Peckham boys presiding over TV comic legends Del and Rodney's South London Manor, and the Tottenham Mandem, controlling whole council estates in North London. The Pakistani, Bangladeshi, and Bengali crews like the Brick Lane Massive in the East End, extending their rule out over Redbridge, Waltham Forest, Newham, Ealing, Brent, Hounslow, and Dagenham, and the Tamil Snake Gang in Croydon and Wembley. These subcultures are more representative of Jamaica, Somalia, or Liberia than the leafy lanes of Dulwich or Blackheath Village. The whole diversity circus is being cheered on by the media-promoted gay icons like Graham Norton, Sandy Toksvig, Alan Carr, Sue Perkins, and Rona Cameron, who no doubt fully endorse LGBT lessons in primary schools and the distribution of trans-inclusion gender toolkits forced upon elementary schools in Merton and Wandsworth. Meanwhile, Cressida Dick, the lesbian commissioner for the Metropolitan Police Service in London, and Neil Basu, the head of counter-terrorism in the UK, stoke fears of non-existent right-wing terrorism whenever the opportunity arises, even when 97% of all terrorist acts since the year 2000 have been committed by Muslims. Now Britons are subjected to the spectacle of Meghan Markle's comments about social injustice.
I guess as I pause, I'll explain why I'm going back. I want to catch the percentage again. I'm sorry. I want to make sure. I want to make sure I got the right percentage there. I'm doing my best not to yap, but it's been very painful not to. But I want to catch that percentage again.
Non-existent right-wing terrorism whenever the opportunity arises, even when 97% of all terrorist acts since the year 2000 have been committed by Muslims. Now Britons are subjected to the spectacle of Meghan Markle's comments about social injustice from her taxpayer-funded luxury home, watching as she stares imperiously down in a Stella McCartney black-belted Boulia coat from a balcony above the cenotaph on Remembrance Day, while European history is rewritten before their very eyes, where Commonwealth troops from as far afield as India, Bengal and Palestine were the real heroes on the battlefields of the Somme, Passchendaele and Marne, something which ignorant English youth could be forgiven for after watching the BBC's Dunkirk series, where nearly half of the British Expeditionary Force trapped on the beaches in 1940 were portrayed as being black. This is now gaining traction under the High Government's meme called Remember Together, regardless of nationality, creed or colour, conjured up by a think tank called the British Future Organisation. Furthermore, the BBC and other mainstream media outlets singularly fail to discuss the Earth's population explosion, particularly in Africa, wherein 100 million males are projected to enter the European continent this century, and the environmental degradation being caused by this mass movement of people. Instead, they glorify autistic marionettes, such as Greta Thunberg, the Lara Croft of the Venus-loving vegans, creating media-safe spaces for Extinction Rebellion activists who drive in luxury Range Rovers, while horizons of thick smog hang over Beijing, New Delhi, and sub-Saharan Africa, to whom a free pass is given, as these do not fall into the liberal narrative of evil Western culture. The Ice Age is coming, the sun is zooming in, meltdown expected, the wheat is growing thin, London calling to the imitation zone. Forget it, brother, you can go it alone. London calling to the zombies of death, quit holding out and draw another breath. This grim prophecy was made against the grainy black and white imagery of The Clash, playing the opening track from their 1979 double album. While floating on a Thames barge, Joe Strummer barks out his vehement vocals into the sheeting rain, as the song slowly fades out with a series of stringed beacons created by Mick Jones's guitar pickups, spelling SOS in Morse code. For those few true Britons left, nothing could be more relevant or grim, knowing now what was previously foretold, that their call for help will fall upon deaf ears, and that at some appointed time, in the not-too-distant future, a butcher will walk in on them to begin the long drawn-out process of cutting their throats.
I made it, chat. I paused, what, 3 times? I made it. It was so hard. It was so hard. The whole entire time I was thinking, like, I wanted to pause and say something. There. But I did it. Let's take a moment to appreciate your erotic courage. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But jokes aside, I mean, it's a good video. This, I know it's a re-upload here. But it was a good video. Here's the link. Oh god, I posted, like, how many links have I posted tonight now? Jesus Christ. I am the react sluppa now. If you want to watch it yourself, so the woman doesn't actually pause even 3 times, whatever. You have complete silence. I have made the sandwich for you. There. For the video. it definitely. I'm not sure how old this is because this was uploaded 5 years ago, so in 2021, but it's a re-upload, so I'm not sure like how old that video is. It said Boris was at number 10, so and that was what in like 2019, 2020. I'm trying to my memory because I know Richie Sunak was the prime minister for the last like 2 or 3 years. Because after Boris got kicked out, there was a series of them. Like Liz Truss was only there for 2 months. Now Lettuce lasted longer than her. But even still, Boris was there in COVID. Yes, I remember Boris being there for COVID because part of the reason why he got kicked out was the whole scandal with him having parties with people within number 10 and not wearing masks. So basically flagrantly breaking the COVID rules and regulations that were being forced upon the regular people. So probably around 2020 is going to be my rough guess here. There. You were solid, Mo. I'm aghast. Well, I mean, I appreciate the credit, but I did pause like 3 times, so it wasn't completely silent. But I was pretty good for myself, you know? Screaming in her seat trying to get to the end. I mean, yeah. Like 2019, Boris won 2019, yeah, because I know the whole Brexit thing occurred. But I'm trying to, and then he didn't bring COVID up at all, so maybe this was 2019. Because that would have been a pretty easy topic. But then again, it wasn't really about COVID, it was about more the immigration. And this is even before the Boris wave even kicked off, too. Because the Boris wave really got started from after he got in 2019 and 2020. And then in 2021. And then it just kind of continued on until, well, now Keir Starmer's in charge. And now it's slightly going down, believe it or not. I know. I can't believe the fucking Starminator is actually the one handling things. Well, I shouldn't say handling things, but he is making it slightly better. By, like, a percentage. But still. So, the best design impression you could ever achieve. No! I haven't shot my dog! Rishi Sunak may be the very last story in the history of the UK. Actually, that's a good point. That's a good point. That Rishi Sunak might actually be the last conservative prime minister in the history, and is an Indian man, not actually a British man. I feel like that's a good, horrible, but good conclusion to the Conservative Party to show how far they've fallen. Where their last prime minister ever is an Indian man. There's something. Bittersweet? Not bittersweet. What's the right word I'm looking for? I won't say sad. It's not satisfying either. Twisted? It's like on one hand there's the pleasure from the irony, but also the sadness of the British dying. So that's why I said bittersweet initially, but like that's not right either there. Ironic? I guess ironic there? That might be poetic. Poetic would be pretty good too. There, yeah. Ironically poetic, or poetic irony. Perfect. There we go. Why use one word when you can use 2? Get this freak off the screen. No, you must look at the gay man. It's Pride Month after all, you bigot. Don't be a homophobe here. Embrace the gay. Get the monkeypox and the rest of the STDs while you're at it. Go down that prep to be a normal human being. Where? Schadenfeld? Yeah, Schadenfeld's probably a good one too. Thank you, Two's News? Two's News. Nose? Two's Nose? No. Sort of, yes. Regardless of how I say your name, because God knows I can't pronounce shit. Thank you for becoming a supporter over on Rumble. Basically becoming a member over on Rumble, or a subby bubby, whatever the equivalent is there. Thank you. That reminds me, there'll be a Rumble only stream sometime this month. I have lots of different streams I want to do. lots of different streams this month I got ahead. There's going to be the kick-only stream to celebrate my 1-year anniversary being perma-banned off Twitch on Monday the 8th. I'm going to do a 12-hour stream on Sunday the 14th, I think? Yeah, the 14th, to try to get through 13 Sentinels to finish that game so I can move on to Shadow of Colossus. And then probably the 28th. It depends on the vampire streams, right? Because we should have a Vampire the Masquerade stream on Arch's channel this Sunday, tentatively, right? And so, probably the 28th will be the members only stream. When am I gonna do a Rumble only stream? Now I think about it, I might have to do it like during the weekday. That's no big deal. Something along those lines. Shadow of the Colossus is gonna be great. It's gonna make you so you can never play Zelda again. Don't you slander my Zelda. I will still love my Zelda no matter how good Shadow of the Colossus is. What is the next Rumble stream? I don't know. I do not know. On one hand, I kind of have to like plan it out. On the other hand, I like having like specific topics to make the Rumble streams spicy, because the whole point of Rumble is for freedom of speech things. So I kind of want to make it worth your money, or worth your time, I should say, to actually kind of go there. But I don't know just yet. Kitty, my cat is trying to break things. God damn it. I need to know how much time I have to write my race essay. I guess sooner than later. I would probably say Sleepy. It's gonna be sometime this month. I don't know when, but sometime. Have a good night, chat. A good night, Hassanamite. Oh, kill yourself. But have a good night, though, before you do that. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you enjoyed the stream there. Yes, hi, kitty. How you doing? Are you here to disrupt stream? You're gonna be a little enwa? Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is. There. Yes. Tories are just the less offensive Labour Party. I mean, Labour was actually full of legit communists under Jeremy Corbyn. So, on one hand, I kind of agree with that. On the other hand, I don't fully agree with that because of the Boris wave. Like, and Keir Starmer kind of riding the ship of the Labour Party after Jeremy Corbyn got kicked out. So, I basically put them on, like, the same level. I would probably actually put them on the same level. At this point in time. There's really no difference between them. Like, Reform is the new Conservatives now. Not even joking. Like, legitimately actually are the new Conservatives. Which is unfortunate. Oh my god. I had it in my tabs today. I don't think I got around to it. But it is here in my suggestions. Nigel Farage addresses the nation on Henry Nowak's murder. We're not gonna watch it now. And I haven't actually watched the whole video. I haven't actually watched the video. But now he's talking about Henry Nowak. Right, Keir Starmer and the rest of the goons talking about Henry Nowak. Okay, that makes logical sense, right? That they're just now finally getting around to it. But the fact that Nigel Farage is taking this long after Restore Britain and Ripper Lowe have been talking about it more or less the past few weeks, it's just like, okay, that's rich. That's rich. Now you're finally doing it. Because you really are just the conservative lights. You don't know any different. You know, just lying through your teeth. You're just saying it, the game brownie points at this point because it's gotten way too far, way out of hand. Because you saw the police footage and you know how bad it actually is. And I hate it so much. Corbyn got ousted for anti-Semitism, not communism? Well, I know that. But he was a legit communist. Corbyn was 100% a legit communist. And he made the Labour Party into becoming a legit communist. They still actually have them, but it was even worse under Corbyn. And then Keir Starmer tried to make it a little bit more normie safe after Corbyn made him go a little bit too far left there. But not by much, obviously. It looks like Sargon with a gold beard. Okay, listen. I like my Sargon too much. We're not going to slander him like that by, what is this guy, Sam Harris, I think? I don't know. There's some sort of gay dude that's supposed to be like non-binary who went absolutely insane years ago. I'm pretty sure he's British. Okay, that's too far. Thank you. Thank you. Nigel is following the wind as he always does. He only does whatever helps his ego, and right now it helps profiting off of Henry Nowak's murder to do so. Because he's disgusting fucking scum. Vote Restore Britain. It's not perfect. It's not the final solution. Rupert Lowe is not the funny mustache man back from the dead. But he's about as damn fucking close as we can get. So we gotta take it if you actually want to vote your way out of it. If you don't want to vote your way out of it, well, that's a different story. So, anyway, chat. I'm gonna be sending you off. Kick Bros, I'm sending you over to Mizuki. She's playing Stellar Blade. I know she gets political sometimes, but since she is just playing a game, you know, follow the rules, don't be too spicy, enjoy the ass on the screen. YouTube Bros, I'm sending you over to Oko. He's also not political, so do not bring up politics in his stream. Just enjoy the little whatever they're doing about Mort lore. I think tonight's just like a little fun stream that they're doing. I like random stuff. And then Rumble Bros, I forgot to get a raid set up for you. So I'll be sending you over to also Oko? Apparently also Oko. Congratulations. There. So same rules apply to you. Don't be gay. Don't bring up politics. Keep the spice levels low. And I will see you on for Friday's Floundering Friday. At 2:30. Sorry, let me rephrase that. 2:30 p.m. EST on Friday for Floundering Friday for whatever we do then. You know how it goes. Thank you for all the subby bubbies, donos, and vigorous spankings. I hope you enjoyed stream, and I will see you later. Why? Oh, don't forget the kick only stream on Monday. Why?
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?